Blog Talk Radio.
Hello, liberty-loving patriots. Welcome to the Lucid Libertarian with Lorianne show. Please be sure to tune in Sunday nights from 6 p.m. to 8 p.m. Pacific Time, 9 to 11 p.m. Eastern, to discuss current events, news, and political opinion with Lucid Libertarian flair. Be prepared, folks. We often go into an optional extended third hour. This show advocates for liberty, freedom, our Constitution, Bill of Rights, and limited government, while speaking against corporate and government corruption, tyranny, and the globalist Great Reset agenda that undermines our precious American sovereignty. Discussions here are unscripted and free-flowing, so sometimes conversations wander off in unpredictable directions. Would you like to call in and share your thoughts and be part of the conversation? The number is 563-999-3698. Again, that is 563-999-3698. Press number 1 and you'll be added to the queue. Please also like and follow my Lucid Libertarian with Lorianne page on Facebook. You can help me battle their freedom-loathing censorship by visiting my page regularly, along with reacting, commenting, and sharing my posts. Thank you so much for listening, but please sit tight and don't go anywhere. We'll be back in a few minutes to kick off the show.
as I face the cold of dawn. What I once thought strong now crumbled in an empty cloud of dust. Will we stand with the forgiven? Remember us. Many miles upon the beat, searching through the haze for answers, and on knees with eyes above. Will we stand with the forgiven? Remember us, for we are weary, living in remember us each time we walk away. Come and take us home again. And every time we put our faith in things we shouldn't trust, will we stand with the forgiven? Remember us. Child without a mother, I see a father with no son. I see a picture of a smiling face. Have you seen this missing one? And with every tear and broken heart, oh, how we need your love. Will we stand with the forgiven? Remember us, for we have wandered down a road so far from you. Remember us and open up our eyes to your mercy and your truth. And every time we put our faith in things we shouldn't trust, will we stand with the forgiven? Remember us. He was on a tree. He spoke these words of truth. Father, please forgive. They know not what they do. From the heavens as you look down from above. I know all you ever want is just to show your grace and love. But I wonder how long will it be before you say enough? Will we stand with the forgiven? And every time we put our faith in things we shouldn't trust, will we stand with the forgiven? Remember us. Remember us. Remember us. let freedom, let freedom, let it ring. My country, God to thee, offer of liberty, of the amnesty. Long may your lamp be bright, with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might. Great God, great God, great God our King.
On the morning of September 11, 2001, 19 men armed with box cutters, directed by a man on dialysis in a cave fortress halfway around the world using a satellite phone and a laptop, directed the most sophisticated penetration of the most heavily defended airspace in the world, overpowering the passengers and the military combat-trained pilots on 4 commercial aircraft before flying those planes wildly off course for over an hour without being molested by a single fighter interceptor. These 19 hijackers, devout religious fundamentalists who like to drink alcohol, snort cocaine, and live with pink-haired strippers, managed to knock down 3 buildings with 2 planes in New York, while in Washington a pilot who couldn't handle a single-engine Cessna was able to fly a 757 in an 8,000-foot descending 270-degree corkscrew turn to come exactly level with the ground, hitting the Pentagon in the Budget Analyst Office where DoD staffers were working on the mystery of the $2.3 trillion that Defense Secretary Donald Rumsfeld had announced missing from the Pentagon's coffers in a press conference the day before, on September 10th, 2001. Luckily, the news anchors knew who did it within minutes.
Osama bin Laden.
The pundits knew within hours.
Osama bin Laden.
The administration knew within the day.
Terrorists who committed these acts and those who harbored them.
And the evidence literally fell into the FBI's lap.
That a hijacker's passport was found blocks from the World Trade Center crash site, if you can believe that.
But for some reason, a bunch of crazy conspiracy theorists demanded an investigation into the greatest attack on American soil in history. That investigation was delayed, underfunded, set up to fail, a conflict of interest, and a cover-up from start to finish. It was based on testimony extracted through torture, the records of which were destroyed. It failed to mention the existence of WTC-7, Able Danger, P-TECH, Sibel Edmonds, OBL and the CIA, and the drills of hijacked aircraft being flown into buildings that were being simulated at the precise same time that those events were actually happening. It was lied to by the Pentagon, the CIA, the Bush administration, and as for Bush and Cheney, well, no one knows what they told it because they testified in secret, off the record, not under oath, and behind closed doors. It didn't bother to look at who funded the attacks because that question is ultimately of little practical significance. Still, the 9/11 Commission did brilliantly, answering all of the questions the public had, except most of the victims' family members' questions, and pinned blame on all the people responsible, although no one so much as lost their job, determining the attacks were
failure of imagination.
Because
nobody in our government, at least, and I don't think the prior government that could envision flying airplanes into buildings.
Except the Pentagon, FEMA, NORAD, and the NRO. The DIA destroyed 2.5 terabytes of data on Able Danger, but that's okay because it probably wasn't important. The SEC destroyed their records on the investigation into the insider trading before the attacks, but that's okay because destroying the records of the largest investigation in SEC history is just part of routine record keeping. NIST has classified the data that they used for their model of WTC7's collapse, but that's okay because knowing how they made their model of the collapse would jeopardize public safety. The FBI has argued that all material related to their investigation of 9/11 should be kept secret from the public, but that's okay because the FBI probably has nothing to hide. This man never existed, nor is anything he had to say worthy of your attention, and if you say otherwise, you are a paranoid conspiracy theorist and deserve to be shunned by all of humanity. Likewise him, and her. And her, and her, and him. Osama bin Laden lived in a cave fortress in the hills of Afghanistan, but somehow got away. Then he was hiding out in Tora Bora, but somehow got away. Then he lived in Abbottabad for years, taunting the most comprehensive intelligence dragnet employing the most sophisticated technology in the history of the world for a decade, releasing video after video with complete impunity and getting younger and younger as he did so, before finally being found in a daring SEAL team raid which wasn't recorded on video, in which he didn't resist or use his wife as a human shield, and in which these crack special forces operatives panicked and killed this unarmed man, supposedly the best source of intelligence about those dastardly terrorists on the entire planet. Then they dumped his body in the ocean before telling anyone about it. Then a couple dozen of that team's members died in a helicopter crash in Afghanistan. This is the story of 9/11, brought to you by the media which told you the hard truths about...
His head could be seen to move violently forward.
And...
They took the babies out of incubators.
And...
Mobile production facilities.
And...
The rescue of Jessica Lynch.
If you have any questions about this story, you are a batshit, paranoid, tinfoil, dog-abusing baby hater and will be reviled by everyone. If you love your country and or freedom, happiness, rainbows, rock and roll, puppy dogs, apple pie, and your grandma, you will never ever express doubts about any part of this story to anyone. Ever. This has been a public service announcement by the Friends of the FBI, CIA, NSA, DIA, SEC, MSM, White House, NIST, and the 9/11 Commission. Because ignorance is strength.
Okay, here we are. You are tuned in to the Lucid Libertarian with Lorianne show. Thank you so much for tuning in today. I know I did a couple of long intros there. If you are out there and you are listening, feel free to call in and join the conversation. We are all about talking 9/11 truth tonight. 563-999-3698 is the number to call. And then press lucky number 1 when you want me to bring you on. That raises your hand and lets me know that you want me to bring you on in to join the conversation. As an alternate way to dial into the show, if you are looking at the link for tonight's show, you should see a direct connect button. And with that button, click it, a window, it'll dial you right into the show, and you can use it that way as well. So if your, audio is set on your computer or you're in a cell phone hole or something, that's your alternate way to connect. And meanwhile, let's see, we got Gunslinger, I see you in the switchboard, and then I also see somebody else is there as well, but I'm not recognizing the number. I suspect, oh no, now I am, okay. Now I know who it is. It's Mike. Mike is in the queue. Good deal. So I will bring you on here momentarily. And then same with Gunslinger. If you want to press 1 to raise your hand, I'd be happy to bring you on here too. And, before we kick this off, of course, tomorrow is the 22nd anniversary to the events that happened on 9/11, 2001. So it has been 22 years of fighting to get to the truth of what really happened, who was behind it, what did our government know, when did they know it, how was all of the events of that day pulled off by, as that was the Corbett report, The Truth in 5 Minutes. I always like to kick off my 9/11 show with that because it's a very well put together 5 minutes of the anomalies that happened that day. And by the way, before that, I first opened up the show with the song Dreamweaver because on Monday, the artist Gary Wright passed away. And so I wanted to include Dreamweaver. That's my favorite song of his. I've always loved that song. So rest in peace to Gary Wright. And then after that was a 9/11 tribute song. And then, of course, the 5-minute clip of The Truth in 5 Minutes of 9/11 by the Corbett Report. And if you look at the link for tonight's show, you will see that I put in 4 videos, links to 4 videos that are really must-watches. If you've never seen them, you absolutely have to watch these. So that's your homework assignment for tomorrow. On 9/11, on the anniversary, take some time out, if you can, and watch one or all. Put them in your watch list. Whatever you got to do, you got to watch them. 9/11 Whistleblowers, Corbett Report. That one breaks down like 5 whistleblowers, including one segment of it that I may or may not get a chance to play tonight about Barry Jennings. And he was a witness for the World Trade Center 7. His testimony completely knocks the official story, out of the running as far as feasibility goes. And coincidentally enough, Barry Jennings died supposedly of cancer 2 days before the NIST report came out. So that's kind of, the timing is a little bit suspicious there. Anyways, so 9/11 Whistleblowers, and then also from Corbett Report, 9/11 Trillions. That's a really good one. That's following the money. The trillions that were missing from the Pentagon that was announced the day before by Donald Rumsfeld. 2.3 trillion, I believe, to be exact. And then another one is 9/11 Pentagon Attack Behind the Smoke Curtain by Barbara Honegger, Honegger. Got a link to that one. That is a 3-hour must-see, like everything that you didn't hear or know about the Pentagon attack. She put together a really, really extensive presentation, evidence, just breaking everything down. Very, very good. I've watched it twice. It's one of those ones where you might actually want to watch it twice because so much is covered. So that is a must-watch. And then, of course, 9/11 Explosive Evidence, Experts Speak Out. That one was put out by Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth, which my 2-time previous guest, Richard Gage, he was the founder of Architects and Engineers for 9/11 Truth, originally the CEO, and he stepped down a couple of years ago, started doing his own thing, Richard Gage Unleashed. So that's another one. I remember getting that one in the DVD. This was it was done before the advent of everything streaming everywhere. And so I actually have the physical DVD set. But now of course, somebody came along and put it to streaming, so you can watch it. Are in the show description. So, like I said, I highly encourage you guys to spend some time tomorrow on watching some of those and getting up to speed. If you haven't watched them, watch them. If it's been a long time since you've watched them, watch them again. Anyways, so that is your homework. And then, so I'm going to go ahead now and bring Mike on because he's raising his hand. Gunslinger, go ahead and press 1 if you are ready to come on as well. So welcome, Mike. Good to see you.
Hey, Lori Ann. We talked a little bit about this last night, but hey, I'm going to go ahead and watch those videos later on, just to see what they're about, and we'll see. But look, there are definite questions, and once Gunn gets on here, he's the airplane guy. He knows a lot about airplanes. He's the electrician. he knows a lot about, the wiring and what might have happened with that in the buildings. So, he's got some definite thoughts on this thing, this gunslinger.
Yeah, absolutely. I know he has definitely some insights on the subject for sure. I'm hoping that Pianki also makes his way here because he also has some experience with steel buildings and construction and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So his insights are really good. So yeah, hopefully we get some more people to file on in and talk 9/11 truth. I will start by, I've told my story before, but I'll tell it again. Yes, we did broach the subject last night on Donnie's C show, but hopefully that was like to get everybody salivating for my show being dedicated to 9/11 truth. For me, I remember that day very, very well, and at the time, I was going to computer school, and my very good friend, one of my best friend here in Oregon, actually, Dave, my roommate, and we had class early that morning. We had an 8 o'clock in the morning class, and I'm here on the West Coast. And so we had gotten up, a couple hours before that. I think it was a little before 6 o'clock in the morning here. And we both got up. And he goes and turns the TV on. I go over to my computer and turn it on. And the first thing that I see on my MSN.com homepage was, this big photo of the first tower with its, big explosion. And I thought it was like a movie, I was like, what is this, some trailer for a movie or something, and I didn't really pay it much mind. And then next thing you know, Dave's calling me over to watch the TV, and he's like, Lorianne, you gotta see what's going on here. The tower was hit. And I'm like, what? And so so then we became glued to the TV. We're like, what the hell is going on? And then the second tower got hit. And we were like, oh, my God, this can't be happening. This really can't be happening. We were just, obviously, that very moment, when we both realized what was going on, we were like, yeah, we're not going to class today. There's no way in hell we're going to class today. And so we were just glued, and then when the towers came down, when the two towers came down, we were floored, literally we were like, and both of us at almost the same time, when the first one went down, we were like, that was a controlled demolition. He and I had watched documentaries on controlled demolitions. We were into that kind of stuff. We've seen so many videos and documentaries on blowing up buildings and stuff. So we were already new, it was so obvious to us. We're like, that was a controlled demolition. There is no way in hell that tower came down. Right. Then the second one came down. And we were like, what the hell? The second one came down just like the first one. That's an anomaly. That's impossible. It's impossible for two buildings to come down almost the exact same way, straight upon in themselves. And of course, the Pentagon, the Pentagon had happened as well. So we were seeing footage on that. Like, we're just flipping from news station to news station, trying to catch whatever we could. And it wasn't until later that day that we didn't have any idea about World Trade Center 7 until later that night when finally somebody reported on it. And we're like, what the hell? How did World Trade Center 7 go down, later that night? That was in the afternoon our time, and that was 5:30 or something Eastern time. And we're like, what the hell? But we didn't hear about it until later on. And so, that whole day we were just obsessed. We were totally obsessed with watching anything and everything we could. I remember watching when people were jumping off the buildings, and before, the media was told to, stop, from the buildings. So we were watching it live when that was going on, and it was heartbreaking. You know, I was crying. Dave was trying to hold back the tears too, you know, when we were seeing this footage of people, what choice do you make in that situation? You know, you're either going to die of smoke inhalation or burning up, or try to jump out of the building to escape. There was no escape. There was no way for them to get out of those floors, you know, to get down. I did read about people trying to go up, like up to the roof, but that was blocked off. I could be wrong about that, but that's what I remember reading about, that they were blocked off from going up on the roof. And even if they had, helicopters were called off. There were private, people flying choppers that, there were people that wanted to go and rescue anybody that could get up on that roof. They wanted to try to go in and rescue them, but they were being called off. And so it was just like one thing after another. And so after that day, both myself and my good friend Dave became, truthers, because we just remember so vividly how just things did not add up. And it just seemed like the more we learned about it, the more suspicious it became. And I'm going to go ahead and bring Gunslinger. Gunslinger, I see you raising your hand. Hey there, Gunslinger.
Yo, yo, yo. Gunslinger.
Yo, yo, yo. And then, I think one of the biggest, in your face was, there was literally military drills going on simultaneously. Vigilant Guardian, if you've never heard of it, look up Operation Vigilant Guardian. Those were military exercises going on 9/11 at the same time that this happened. Mm-hmm. And so that of course is what is blamed for, our military response, because they were confused. They were like, is this the drill? Is this the drill, or is this for real? So it's like that's another part of the happenstance of it couldn't have been better timed. So how would Osama bin Laden and these hijackers know such perfect timing to pull off an attack like this? Well, there are literally military drills going on, scenarios covering things like this. And then the flat-out lies by Bush and the politicians, all of them going, we could never envision this. Remember that? We could never envision hijackers taking planes and smashing them into buildings. We could have, the previous administration, he even covered for Bill Clinton. The previous administration could never imagine that either. But it's like they had many times. They had drills about that shit. They had plans drawn up on how to deal with that shit. And so it's like as the more and more lies came forth, it was like, God, they are really working overtime on these lies. And people there are still, 22 years later, huge numbers of people that have absolutely no idea that a third tower went down that day, that World Trade Center 7 never struck by a plane, only had office fires. That is literally the smoking gun of the whole 9/11 story, blows the whole thing up, literally, because it was not hit. The fires were normal office fires, and they tried to say that, it was 8 hours, and that's how it got, weakened. The structure got weakened. But what they didn't tell you is, like how normal fires operate, it went from one section to another as it burned up everything that was able to be burned up, carpet, desks, whatever was burnable, it moved on. It can't, a desk is not going to burn forever. You know what I mean? Chairs are not going to burn for 8 hours straight. No. The second there wasn't enough stuff to continue burning, it would move on and move on and move on, and it went throughout the building that way, and with temperatures nowhere near getting the temperatures needed to weaken steel beams, especially fireproof weakened steel beams. And, the only building like it of its kind ever to collapse supposedly by office fires. Like that was it was a huge, 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 massive lie. And so long for the investigations to happen. I mean, so many delays, things like that. It's infuriating that 9/11 was allowed to happen as it was, that the cover-up was allowed to happen, all the lies about it, the 9/11 Commission report, and a lot of witnesses that were refuting it somehow ended up dead too, or never seen again. The NIST report was complete bullshit, just on down the line. Anyway, so there's my story. I'm sticking to it. So, Gunslinger Mike, what do you got to say?
Well, first off, where I was on that day, I'd just gotten up, out of bed. Well, the hour before the first tower fell at, 9:15, 9 o'clock, 9:15 my time. My dad was a he was a vice principal, assistant principal at a local high school, and he had to be at that high school for 7 o'clock, so he was there. He went to school to do his job, whatever, and I'd gotten up about 8 o'clock, and I was sitting down, I'm eating breakfast, whatever, and then I sat down and turned on the TV to do the flip around to see what was on at that point. I was going to go watch something on, I don't know, whatever channel it was, or I was going to probably, at that point I was still with Fox, so I was going to go check to see what the news was, and it's like I turned it on, and there it was, right? There it was, and it's like, okay, what's going on here? That's number one. Number two, you're right. That had the way those buildings fell was a precise drop. I learned about this stuff in of all places from a movie, Volcano, with Tommy Lee Jones, where at the end of the movie they want to drop a several hundred thousand ton building in a certain way that it would become a dam to block this lava.
Yep, I remember that with Anne Hesh. Yep.
Yes.
I remember that movie.
And they said, the guys, he said, look, I want to drop this building, and the guys who were the demolitions experts said, well, we would need days, if not weeks, to plan this thing out. Well, he goes, you got minutes, but that's a movie. But again, for those buildings to fall that way, you would have to have had weeks, if not months, to plan that thing out. For those two buildings to fall the way they did, in the exact same way, each one of them, the first tower and the second tower, fell the exact same way. You would have to have planning for weeks to do that, if not months, to do that. And that brings me back to my theory about what happened in 1993. Remember 1993 when somebody drove a truck filled with fertilizer and it was a bomb into the World Trade Center parking lot or whatever it was, and drove it right up to the building, right up to the beams, and parked it there and left it there, and it blew up. You can't tell me that's just somebody that, I'm going to do this and see what happens. Throwing caution to the wind and see. No, that too had to be planned by somebody. right? Had to be planned.
Yeah, and it
And
can't
it's
be
like,
just anybody. Not just anybody
right.
can plan that, you know.
Oh.
You need to have some knowledge, you know, about some stuff. And I have Ron Reck in the house, so I'm going to go ahead and bring Ron Reck into the fold here. Welcome on, Ron.
Hello. How is everybody?
Yo.
Hey, Gun. Mike.
Hey.
Hey, Ron.
Well, what the bottom line here is there has been building fires in high-rise structures all over the world for the past decades that have burned for days. Go look them up. There's YouTube videos, real videos of it. Burned for days, and they never did fall. Skyscrapers, 40 stories, 50 stories high, burned for days, and they never did fall. But what does that tell you? But these two buildings came down within minutes of each other, right in their footprint, and didn't even hardly make a fart.
Three buildings.
Yeah, well, building 7 too. So it didn't even hardly register anything on the seismograph around the New York area. I think they registered like a jackhammer, that intensity of a jackhammer. Now, you've got a couple of buildings, the big ones, the towers, that weigh what? 100,000 tons or something like that. I mean, it's ungodly figure, okay? Coming down in one little bitty area, that thing should have went all the way through the ground and all the way to hell and back with the weight involved. You got to look at that weight factor, okay? The concrete, the steel, okay? And everything that's in there, all the furniture, the plumbing of fixtures, shit. The list goes on and on and on. But everything was just right there. It's just like a nice, neat little pile that you would pile in your sandbox when you was a child playing outside. Isn't that convenient? That's really convenient. I mean, it's a joke, actually.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah,
and when I first
with the second tower, the second tower really baffled me because that one, the plane supposedly, the plane, clipped it on its corner, right? Slammed into it on its corner versus, dead on. And I was thinking, I was like, you think of a tree when you're chopping down a tree, and you start hacking it from one side, and then from that point up, that section falls to the side. And I couldn't help but think with that second tower, like, why didn't that happen? How did that tower fall in and of itself without the very top of it that had been clipped, without that falling to the side onto neighboring buildings and stuff? I mean, that whole section, stories and stories, that whole section, I was thinking should have come down to the side and probably, squash the buildings around it. But no, that didn't happen. It came down right upon itself, just like the first tower did.
Think of it as your elbow, okay? Bend your elbow, okay? Now, if that like you said, the tree situation, cut you a wedge in the side of a tree, and you will decide which direction that tree is going to fall, okay? So that building should have snapped off at that point and collapsed toward that area that was damaged, okay? That's physics. I mean, come on, all right? No, this thing came down in its own footprint. That's impossible. Now, think about this. I've got flight experience, okay? I know a little bit about airplanes, okay? I didn't go and make a career out of it, but I do know a little bit about airplanes. Airplanes are flying beer cans. They're made out of aluminum. Aircraft aluminum. The nose on that thing, or any airplane, any jet, especially a jet or a commercial jet, is aluminum aircraft, aluminum, okay? Very soft.
Exactly.
I mean,
yeah, and like if you've ever looked at pictures, like if you've never seen it, Google bird strike airplane and just look at the images. Look at what happens when a plane is in the air and a fucking bird hits it,
I have been right in on a bird strike of a small airplane, a Cessna. I think it was a 172 or 182. Anyway, me and my buddy of mine flew up there to the local airport up there, and we were sitting there waiting outside the pilot's lounge out there. We just got there, and we heard on the radio, airplane, or a little small airplane, a 182, I think it was, declaring an emergency. They had a bird strike, single over the wing, just like a Cessna, and he landed, thank God, and there was nothing, no emergencies or anything. But he pulled up right next to us, and I'm walking over there, and I'm seeing that cut in that wing, and it's aluminum too. It's beer can aluminum, and his eyes were like, good God, big as oranges. Okay, I said, a little bird did that? He said, you damn right, a little bird did that. You see the blood and the feathers? It completely ripped about 1.5 feet of that aircraft aluminum. He said it scared the shit out of him. Okay, so I've seen it actually first up, what a bird strike can do. So yeah,
wow, that's freaky. That's really freaky.
It is.
It is. Like to actually see that
is.
and like right in front of your face, like this is what one bird did to this plane. Yeah.
It was a little bitty
and
bird.
then
It wasn't
that totally
no
makes you
sequel.
question the Pentagon. Like, how the hell did the Pentagon happen? That's why I want everybody to watch Behind the Smoke Curtain that I have linked in the must-watch videos on the episode for tonight. If you've never seen that 3-hour presentation, you really need to because it just, when you think of even just a bird strike and the damage that it can do to a plane, even not just a small plane, but, we're talking big airliners here, the same kind of airliner that, hit the towers in the Pentagon. It makes you wonder, like, how in the hell would a plane successfully maneuver and go through several light poles, right, and make a perfectly symmetrical hole in the Pentagon? Without the wings falling off, without, anything, it doesn't make any sense at all.
Well, it does make sense when you plan it. It makes perfect sense. I mean, these people are geniuses, okay? They pulled off a caper that you wouldn't have, that's mind-boggling, okay? They've had pilots, seasoned veteran pilots with tens of thousands of hours of actual flight time. And they said, I couldn't put that damn airplane in that side of that Pentagon if my life depended on it. And these are expert pilots that do this fly every day. Okay, and they said, I couldn't even do that with my background and my experience talking about them. Okay, so how could a big airplane like that takes up so much air when it's coming, that close to the ground, not only, lose its wings, like I said, they're just bolted on there with aluminum bolts. That's all it is. You take them off with a ratchet, almost, okay? It's very simple, very flimsy, okay? So how could you line up exactly in that center of that wall when that airplane is going 300, 400 miles per hour, okay? And you're in ground effect. Now, if you don't know anything about flying, ground effect is the effect as you get closer to the ground, it's more turbulence in landing and taking off. So you have ground effect in both of them.
It's the air underneath pushing
air
up,
under it.
That's why you have to slow down before landing. Otherwise, you get that wind shear from underneath lifting the plane back up again. Yeah, exactly.
So that thing would be shaking like you go through an industrial washing machine. That airplane would be shaking so bad you couldn't hold that stick. There's no way in hell. Maybe if you was Arnold Schwarzenegger, you might hold it, but just even the hydraulics in the plane couldn't hold that stick.
Arnold
steady.
Schwarzenegger as Terminator, with a mechanical base, like not even like Arnold Schwarzenegger, just muscle. Like he would have to be Terminator, with extra human strength to hold that stick.
And get this. And get this, the distance wingtip to wingtip on one of those airplanes like that, the ones that supposedly crashed into the side of the Pentagon, is 147 feet from tip to tip, wingtip to wingtip. Okay, that's a lot of distance. 147 feet. Okay, now my always deal. A lot of people don't even know it, and people that probably flies every day don't even know it. Ask yourself, where are the gas tanks in these airplanes? Guess what? They're in the wing.
Yeah.
The majority.
Yeah,
the main
most of the
tanks
fuel
are in
is
the wing.
in the wings.
is in the wings, and they're called bladders.
And so how
they're
would most of the fuel in the wings, if it did strike, create a perfectly symmetrical hole?
Well,
doesn't make any sense.
Well, you got
for the plane to get that far close to the ground, literally the engines would have to be digging like halfway into the ground in order for it to come in at that perfectly straight angle to produce that effect. I mean, it's uncanny, and you don't see that. You don't see huge, 10-foot deep freaking scrapes along the ground, and even with that pressure at that speed, even if it did do that, those engines would have come right off, if not. Oh yeah,
they're designed to come off. Okay, they actually have bolts. They're bolted on with big bolts, but they can actually blow them bolts. Okay, if the engine was to catch on fire, for example, and the fire suppression system couldn't put it out, they could actually blow them bolts, and that engine would fall off, just fall off. But now think about this. Now in jets, okay, it has jet fuel. Jet fuel is a high-grade kerosene. Okay, it's a high-grade kerosene. And remember, those tanks are full. They were almost full. Okay, and they don't measure them in gallons. They measure them in thousands of pounds of fuel for fuel economy and everything. Now, this thing is going straight into a solid brick or concrete wall, and you got tens of thousands of pounds of fuel in these wings, and that wall is white as my ass. Okay, there wasn't a slither of carbon supposedly when it blew up. That thing would make a fireball like a little miniature nuke going off with all that fuel in there. Okay, and that thing was clean. Go look at the pictures; they're still there. The outside of that building was so clean you could eat off the side of that building, but yet tens of thousands of pounds of fuel, jet fuel, just exploded, and just there you go. Isn't that interesting?
Yeah, there would be literally no on that lawn. You know what I mean? It's like it would be gone. It would be totally gone. Absolutely.
No.
Well, like I said, you got a round hole. The only thing that can produce a round hole like that, and remember, the Pentagon was designed when it was built to withstand a direct nuclear strike. It means a missile hitting it directly. The Pentagon will withstand that. Okay. Now here you got a flying beer can coming in.
Yeah. And then also that happened to be the one section that was also they were fortifying. They had completed fortifying that one section. The plans were to refortify all of them. So the plane just happened to hit the one section that had been refortified.
Okay.
You couldn't have planned it any better,
Oh, yeah. Here's an example. Back in 86, I guess, somewhere in there, out here at DFW, which is Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport. It's the second largest airport in the state of Texas. They had a flight coming in. I think it was American Airlines flight. You'd have to go look it up. But it was coming in for a landing. It was thunderstorms and raining and all this kind of stuff. Well, the plane got caught into what you call a wind shear. It's a sudden downburst of air coming out of a thunderstorm. Well, this airplane got caught in it, okay? It went across the highway over there, and it took out about 5 or 6 cars, killed a couple of people, and then it skipped over the fence, and it crashed. And there was debris strewed over thousands of feet, body parts, legs, arms, heads, luggage, the whole 9 yards. Tail section, engines, wheels. But at the Pentagon, you could eat off that lawn. That grass was so green, I'd go out there and make me a grass sandwich. It was so damn green. Okay? So after all these people just died and all this debris blew and all this stuff blew up, the green. Where's the green? Where's the green? This green is that you could grow in a garden. Perfectly trimmed. Mm-hmm. But yet you see all the hay and the hay right there just over just a few hundred, or just not even 100 feet. I mean,
Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Lorianne, each one of those buildings, each one of the World Trade Centers was 555 million pounds. 555 million pounds, or 250,000 tons at least.
Yep.
Wait. So you're going to tell me how much does an aluminum airplane, couple 100,000 about 50,000 tons or whatever, maybe 100,000 tons, maybe 25,000 tons, whatever. You got to tell me that an aluminum airplane weighing much less than that is gonna do that type of damage to a building that's 550 million pounds. Come on, man.
Well, remember, wait a minute, an airplane that size, fully loaded, I mean with fuel, passengers, the whole 9 yards, probably would weigh around 200 to 275,000 pounds. Okay, they have to keep it light for fuel economy. Okay, because them things, they suck fuel. Let me tell you, boy, they suck a lot of gas. Nothing like a car. So they have to keep it light, even though it's heavy, 250,000 pounds. Goddamn, that's 250,000 pounds right there. Okay, but it's still a flying beer can. Go take a soda can or a beer can and just crush it with your foot or your hand. You can even use your hand, and it'll fold up like a damn accordion. I don't care what speed it's going at. I don't care what speed it's going at. I don't care what the forward velocity is. Okay, it will fucking fold up like a freaking accordion. But yet it blew all the way through that building, both of them. And remember, there was the fireball that went out on the other side of the building. That's all that jet fuel. That's all that jet fuel going through the lease spaces, through the office spaces, and blowing out the other side like a gigantic fart. Okay? So there was no fuel left. It had already burned up in that fireball going out the other side of the building.
Both of the planes, actually, that hit the two towers, both of those planes, the first one, most of the jet fuel exploded outside of the building upon impact. That's where you saw that huge fireball. Second plane, same story. Like a good at least 95% of that fuel exploded outside of both of those buildings. There literally would not be enough of a trickle of jet fuel to go spilling down these steel columns, multiple steel columns, and burning in order to weaken them. I mean, and jet fuel, even on a good day, doesn't jet fuel burn something like 500 degrees less than what it takes to weaken a steel beam?
Yeah.
Exactly. So, I mean, even that would be even impossible, especially, and I remember watching, this documentary that they tested the steel beams even without fire protection. Just the steel exact replicas of the steel beams used in the towers without fire protection, at the temperature, higher temperature than jet fuel even burns. And those beams withstood for 2 hours without any fire protection. With fire protection, it withstood another hour and a half, so like 3.5 hours with fire protection before it even started to get weakened at all.
You have to have 2,800 degrees, 2,800 degrees to heat up and melt steel. That's a fact. Why do you think, if you ever use a cutting torch, you know what a cutting torch is on construction sites? I know I've used them a bunch of them. Okay? There's two things to a cutting torch rig. There is that little tank, which is called acetylene. It is a very hot burning gas, but it's not hot enough to heat up the steel and cut through the steel. That big tall tank right next to it, guess what's in it? Oxygen. Now, when you combine the two in that wand, you got that white light, or that white fire, that flame right in the center of that torch, and it's almost 3,000 degrees, so you're probably pulling a couple of hundred degrees over what it takes to melt and cut the steel because you want to cut through it real fast. So it has to have oxygen. Without oxygen, that cutting torch would not be able to cut through steel. And I think jet fuel burns at 1,800 degrees in free air. Now remember, all this stuff is in free air now. The jet fuel, the fire, all this stuff was in free air. It was not contained. Ron, you're a fireman. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, you know you're a fireman, and I'm not even a fireman.
Oh yeah. I mean, the whole thing was bullshit. I mean, it's all bullshit. And the whole reason, the reason 9/11 was to get us into a war. That's all it was. That whole war there wasn't even a declaration of war for that. That was simply, we need to go control the fucking price of oil, and we got to have a reason to fucking go over and do it, so the war powers happen. You know, that's how the fuck they do it.
Yeah, that's what gave us the open door to go in and control the Middle East. But then
it gave them the open door.
There was two parts to it.
Right.
The other reason was to bring on the surveillance state that they wanted. They wanted to. They wanted to bring on cameras everywhere, monitoring everybody everywhere.
The Patriot Act, yes.
Exactly, the Patriot Act.
And then it expired during Obama.
They
and he
wanted
renewed
to bring on what is life today. A lot of people
like I said,
don't realize that life today, where we have cameras everywhere you fucking go, and you have NSA, huge warehouses, acres of warehouses of nothing but servers that are storing everything and anything that's recorded in phone call conversations, cell phone conversations, video footage, everything being stored there. That 9/11 is what ushered that in. It's what helped usher in the New World Order.
There's
Daddy
a lot
Bush
of reasons.
New World Order. All of these New World Order advocates, we need a New World Order. 9/11 is what ushered in the New World Order as we know it, even now today.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely. Yep. And like I said, it expired during Obama's administration, and he renewed it. It expired. It was over. The Patriot Act was over. No need for it.
Yep.
And then here again, and I asked this question on my show many, many times. I said, how could it be we're being punished for something we didn't have nothing to do with? How can we become the enemy? We the people. So, kind of funny, isn't it? But no, that it doesn't matter. They want more control over everything. They want to be gods. That's why I keep explaining to people. It's a corporate god. This is a corporation. This government doesn't even do shit. It's just there to look at it. It's a continuing soap opera to keep giving you the false impression that somebody gives a fuck about you, but they don't.
Yep.
The only thing they care about is controlling you, and like I said, I wrote an article called Human Farming. I'll redo it again eventually one time, probably in the towards Christmas time. That's always a good Christmas gift to give everybody. I do it on my show, and I might throw it to you and let you do it on your show. But I'm just saying, the fact is human farming. We're worker slaves. That's all we are. When Lincoln freed the slaves, he made us all fucking slaves. All over the power of the dollar. The dollar is the power. That's all there is to it. The more you get, the more powerful you are, the more better you are. But that's the false sense that people have in their mind. The rich people believe that the guys. Look at George Soros. That son of a bitch thinks he's all powerful and almighty. He pays for those privileges. He pays for them. Like we said, we're living in a free land. America's free. No, it's not. How's it free? When every damn thing you got to pay for, you're taxed to death over it. This shit, you go back 50 years, this shit didn't exist. These taxes were just retarded and crazy, But then, the Great Depression kind of put a burner on it. And it's going to happen, and it's going to be worse than the Great Depression. It's coming soon. And we're going to go to war again. We're going to go to fucking war. That's what they wanted to do. And chances are it's going to be with Russia. We're already at war with Russia. And there's, oh, no, we're not. Yes, you are. Hell, yes, you are. We're in Ukraine. We're financing Ukraine's war with Russia. What does that tell you?
Ron, I've told you there's a clip of there's a Tucker Carlson clip from when he was at Fox that he had Glenn Beck on there, and he said, Glenn Beck said, by 2025 we're going to be at war with Russia, China, and Iran. That's what he said. So that's coming.
Right.
It's coming. And here's something else. You talking about the surveillance state. Wait a minute. Let me tell you something else that happened with the surveillance state. I know this is kind of off target, but remember the January 6th, right? Well, there's a lot besides the so-called riot that was going on January 6th. There's a lot of other things that went on, including somebody placed
But Mike, let me stop you there
bombs.
real quick, brother. First off, you got to realize that wasn't a riot. That was a protest. They said it's a riot. That because when they label it as a riot, they can take different action. But then you've seen the video that Tucker Carlson got a hold of and put out there. They're walking through the building with the guy. It's the police walking right with. They didn't want that shit out there. We don't blow our lie. Don't blow our scam. Don't do that to us. But that's
right. But here's the
that's
deal.
why Tucker Carlson lost his job because he told the truth.
Yeah, there was.
And that's the last damn thing the media wants you to hear. They only want you to hear what they want you to hear.
I'm going to go ahead and bring Pianki on. Pianki is raising his hand, so I'm going to go ahead and bring him on. And not to totally thwart the current conversation, but I don't want to lose track of what this show is about. It's about 9/11 truth.
But there was supposedly some bombs.
Mike, shut up for a minute, man.
Of the Republican and Democrat headquarters in Washington, D.C., and they never found out, even with the cameras that are all over the place, they never found out who placed those bombs, when they placed them, how they built them. They never found those people out. And you can't tell me there's something that's not wrong with that or hinky with that, because you got cameras all over the place.
Are you talking about 9/11?
No. This happened while before, just before the day before January 6th, and there were bombs placed in front of the Democratic and Republican headquarters in Washington, D.C. And they never found the person.
Yeah, we know that. But what does this have to do with 9/11?
No, I'm talking
That's the
about
topic of tonight's
the
show.
surveillance state.
So what does this have to do with 9/11?
Yeah, the surveillance state is what we were mentioning just now. If the surveillance state was that good, we would know who these people that placed these bombs were, and we would have them in jail. Unless
but you misunderstand something. You misunderstand the conception of this. They do know who put them there. They absolutely know.
Exactly.
They ain't going to let you know what they know. That's the worst thing they can do. Why would they snitch on themselves? I mean, they're that stupid. I'm sure they will in time. You know what I'm saying? But, yeah, it's too goopy. First off, you got to have a purpose of why you're doing it. What is your purpose? Why did you do that?
Motive,
the purpose of 9/11 we knew was over oil. We knew it was. The Bush family was involved in the oil game.
Yep. And the surveillance state. It was a twofold thing. It was a win-win.
Absolutely.
Our government, it was
right.
a fucking gold, and it was a gold mine. Literally, it was a gold mine.
Too. Right.
It was the biggest gold heist in the freaking history of the United States on 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people don't really know, but there's literally still gold that's missing. Gold went missing that day, and it's not because towers fell on them. It's because they were literally trucked out. There are witnesses saying how they were trucking out the gold, and there's a whole bunch of it missing. They found some of it. I remember, I think it was Giuliani at some point said that they found some of it. But there's still a whole shitload of gold that just went missing. It was the biggest gold heist. I know that there's a documentary on it. Just look up 9/11 gold heist, and you'll know exactly what I'm talking about.
Well, does anybody know what they were doing to the building 6 months before the planes hit them? Does anybody know what they were doing to it?
Yeah, I do.
It was probably explosive.
They were painting.
Yeah, they was.
They were painting the inside of the building.
Yeah, they were drilling. They were look. the employees that came to work over the past 3 or 4 weeks prior to that, they would find dust on their desk 1/4 inch thick, concrete dust, all over the place. In these empty floors that are supposed to be empty. So what the hell was they doing up there? Drilling goddamn stuff.
Let me cast some more information to you guys about steel. The hottest point that the fire would have been was immediately after the planes hit the building. And we know that kerosene burnt up. But see, steel don't melt first. It's not enough heat there to melt no steel. That was mild grade steel, A36.
Oh, hell. Yeah, hell no.
Steel will yield first. Yep. What do we mean by yield? It was slag. It would deflect. Now, even if it did deflect, it's not going to pull loose at the columns where it's bolted in. There's no heat there.
Not enough heat.
What was at the columns is where they set the court. They set the what's that material that they use, the regular thermite. Yeah, thermite. That's where they set the thermite, and they had ceramic molds because when my welders weld up a column splice, they'll put heat on it to preheat it, and sometimes we'll put a ceramic mold on the back of the joint so the weld metal won't roll out onto the ground. So those ceramic molds will hold molten metal. So that's what was going on. They blew the connections at a predetermined time. They let it smolder and burn. You know, another thing, too, you talk about the Pentagon. You look at those pictures, you can see inside the offices where they have file cabinets, desk with paper on the desk. Why in the hell did that paper on the desk burn up?
And what about the monitors? What about the monitors that were sitting in the windows of the Pentagon? Wasn't even touched, right next to the hole, and it wasn't even touched. A little simple, light computer monitor. You see it. There's pictures of it. Yeah. And the glass wasn't even broke. That's how screwball it is.
How does that happen?
Windows wasn't even broke.
How do papers and windows survive a huge blast of jet fuel from a plane running into it? I really want to know that too.
I want to know.
Yeah, I know. And then they say that the floor is pancake. That's a bunch of bull crap. The steel at the lower levels is heavier, much heavier. I would say the column flanges are probably 6 inches. But when you get up to the top, you don't need for it to be that heavy. Case in point, you can bring probably 2 or 4 loads, 4 floors of steel out on a few flatbed trailers. But down on the ground, in the lower floors, you probably take a flatbed trailer just to bring out one piece because it's so heavy.
It's the base. It's the base of it.
Well, the structure of a skyscraper is like a telescopic antenna. It's big on the bottom and gets skinnier on the top. That's how they work. They got to have a weight. They got to have a load. They got to be able to maintain that load. Yeah. You know what I mean? So if it can't maintain
the reinforcement is going to be at the base and the lower floors
very bottom,
because it has to withstand the weight of all of the floors above it. Exactly.
That's right. Exactly.
Look at a human pyramid, you know.
Right.
You can't
so like
stack human beings up in a square, you know, and if you do, who's on the bottom? The strongest people, you know, you put the strongest, biggest people at the bottom of your human pyramid in order to hold up. And then you put the lightest weight people, you know, the girls that are 100 pounds, those are the ones that go up on top.
You know? Yeah, that's usually how it goes. Look at a football game during intermission when you have the cheerleaders and men out there doing those routines. They don't have no big 250-pound woman at the top.
No, hell.
I'd like to see that, though. I would like to see that.
They got all the strong people on the bottom, big strong guys and the stronger
it's called
girls.
Common physics and common sense, same thing.
I'm sure America's Got Talent will probably have somebody do exactly that now that we mention it.
Oh,
yeah.
Come to the circus, the biggest show in town.
So we were bamboozled with 9/11. We bamboozled with the pandemic. And we're bamboozled with whatever's coming up next. And they're just testing. That's what they're doing. Look at this dumb governor out there in New Mexico going to try to dismiss the U.S. Constitution. How stupid is that?
Yeah, that's nice. But I like the best thing I've seen in the news lately is the New York governor or mayor crying. Perfect. You're a sanctuary city. Party on. Payback is a bitch, ain't it?
You got a mayor in the city of St. Louis is trying to do the same thing. Is take guns from young people in an open carry state.
Wait, is it the governor or the mayor or the prosecutor? Wasn't it one of the two?
That's the mayor. Shara Jones. The prosecutor done it early with the McCloskey. She's gone. They got her out.
That's right.
And she's back to nursing, taking blood.
I wouldn't trust her.
Here's
with that.
another. Look here. Here's another interesting fact. Here's another interesting fact on those supposedly quote unquote airplanes that hit the buildings. Okay, if you know anything about flying, especially jets. Okay, and I'm not a jet pilot, but I do know a little bit about it because I've seen the jet engines work and everything. When you have these jets that are running like this, and supposedly they were running at full power, they was redlining those engines. It's called redlining. Okay, in the back of those engines, you have what you call thrust. That's what makes the airplane go forward. Okay, you burn fuel in those engines, and you create a thrust through the compressor stages, and you blow thrust back out the back of the engines, which makes the airplane go forward. Like your car. Your engine in your car makes your car go forward. Same thing. Now, when you got tens of thousands of pounds of thrust coming out of each engine, okay, and remember those engines are swirling, they're turning, okay, like a big corkscrew. You have what you call a vortex behind the aircraft. If you've ever flown anywhere, big airplanes, especially little airplanes, which I have, the tower will always caution you if you come in behind a big airplane, especially a jet. They'll tell you wait a minute.
I believe they call that jet wash. You come in behind a jet in front of you. That wind and that vortex. You come in behind that. It's called jet wash, and it can stall your engine, and you can go crash into the ground. Exactly.
It can literally flip you around and around and around and around in a smaller aircraft. They've got examples on YouTube. You go look it up. I think they had a 737 or something like that, and they pulled in a full-size school bus. A full-size school bus behind this aircraft, and the pilots were in there, and they had their feet on the brakes, okay, and they revved them engines up to full power. It picked up that school bus, and it probably weighs about 16,000 pounds, empty, and it tossed that thing around like it was a feather, a literal feather of that jet force coming back on that thing. So you get caught up in that, you're going to go round and around and around like a damn tornado, only it's a horizontal tornado. Okay. Now, if you look at the videos of the airplanes, quote unquote, crashing into the building, you see the jet wash, the kerosene. If you see when airplanes take off, you see that black trail behind the aircraft. That's the burnt kerosene coming out of them engines. There's no swirling action. When those things impacted the buildings, you look behind it and it blew up. All that black smoke coming out of the impact side of the building, the smoke didn't start swirling, did it? And that swirling action goes back at least a mile behind a aircraft going forward. So that smoke should have been swirling when that supposedly aircraft crashed into that building. The vortex behind it is following the airplane, obviously. All that smoke should have been caught up in that vortex, and it should have started swirling like a tornado. You didn't see it. Go look it. I looked at it 5 or 6 times.
They had someplace, I think it might have been in Brazil, where a structural steel building caught on fire and burned for about 12 hours.
Yeah.
It didn't fall down.
It didn't fall down. No.
Exactly.
Exactly.
I mean, there are literally 4 anomalies, that happened on 9/11 that have never happened before. We had the 2 twin towers go, follow their own footprint and collapse in upon themselves. Then we had the Pentagon anomaly, which we've been talking about. And it's just like, what the hell? And then there's World Trade Center 7. 4 huge anomalies that none of the 9/11 Commission report nor the NIST report can adequately explain without some really fantastical physics. They must have brought in, I'm pretty sure, I remember hearing a comparison with, a really good physicist had proved that an elephant could hang over the edge of a cliff with nothing but holding onto a blade of glass with its tail. You have to get some really far out there physicists to be able to come up with the NIST report on the Pentagon as well as the 9/11 Commission report talking about the official story of how the towers went down. It's so fantastical that it's impossible, especially for all of those 4 anomalies to happen on the same day. It's just come on now. Come on now. It's completely unbelievable.
Think about this, guys. Once those planes are made out of aluminum, which burns at a far less heat than does the steel. Once they burned up, all that's left there are those holes, and generally speaking, when those holes, that building shouldn't have dropped. It should have sheared off. It should have sheared off because there's nothing there to keep it on the frame, right? It should have snapped, right?
Not necessarily. When you're talking about shearing effect, you're talking about a shearing like you take a knife through hot butter. That's a shearing effect, a cutting effect. These things, the damage was only on one side of the building. The other side of the building, the other 2 sides of the building, was perfectly fine. Nothing touched them. So if anything was going to snap off, like you snap a pea, it would fall within the damaged area, in the upper section above where the airplane whatever hit. That section would have broke off, like bending your elbow into the damage. So you see what I'm saying?
That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. That top part, instead of collapsing down, it should have snapped off. That top part, the part above the airplane.
The wings wouldn't cut that many columns off, especially them interior columns around the elevator shaft. Another thing that you got to remember too is that the buildings free fall straight down. To fall in on itself, that would mean everything will fall to the center of the building. No, these buildings free fall vertically straight down. That was controlled demolition.
Betcha.
Exactly, especially World Trade Center 7. World Trade Center 7 was at free fall speed for close to 6 seconds. I think it was just under 6 seconds, where World Trade Center 7 was perfectly and people have to understand what free fall really means. That means no air resistance, right? So, if you take an experiment and you're in the air and you drop a feather and you drop a ball, that ball is going to hit the ground first before the feather does because of air resistance and the lighter mass and weight of the feather. But if you put the ball and the feather into an anti-air chamber, no air is in it. Then both of them will fall at the exact same rate because there's no air resistance, right? And so that's what we're talking about when we're talking about free fall speed. It's like for 6 seconds, World Trade Center 7 collapsed in on itself without any resistance from below. No air, not like there was nothing under it, not even air. So it literally fell at free fall speed for 6 seconds out of, I think, the 8.5 that it took before the whole thing came down.
Well, you can look at this as very simple. I mean, you could even take you a light bulb. Take you an incandescent light bulb. You know, the old incandescent 60 watts or 100 watts or whatever. There, inside that thing is a vacuum. That's the only way that light bulb can work, is that filament can only heat up and produce light only in a vacuum. Now, when you break a light bulb, one of those light bulbs, two things occurs. You have an explosion, okay, but you also have an implosion. The implosion starts first. If you could slow it down with a camera, you would see that the glass will collapse in on itself because of the vacuum, because of the air rushing in to fill that vacuum. And when they
Not to
hit
interrupt,
each other,
but I'm going to go ahead and bring Montana Joe on. I see Montana Joe raising his hand. So I want to welcome him on into the conversation. Sorry to interrupt. Hey, Joe. Welcome on. Happy Sunday.
Hey, Lorianne, same to you. Hello, people, whoever's on the line. How you guys doing? And girls, if you're on the line.
Hey, Joe, how you doing?
Hey.
Have you been listening for very long, or have you been listening for very long, or not sure how much of the show
I
you've
just
caught?
got here. Nope. I listened for about 10 seconds, then I called in.
And I wasn't
talking
playing
about
a clip,
implosion.
but now that you're on, I could play a clip.
Oh, yeah. Why don't you do that? That's a good idea.
I'll make sure it's a 20-minute long one, too.
Sure. Hey, why not? I got plenty of
the
time.
conversation to bring you on, Joe. Now it's time to play a clip.
And it's time to play a clip.
I know you
Hey,
love it
Joe,
when I do
play
that.
a clip. Yeah.
Laurie, let me add to that implosion he was talking to. You know, an example of an implosion is the old TV tubes. You remember those TV tubes that
took the words right out of my mouth. I was just going to say that.
Yep.
That's an implosion.
Yeah. Vacuum tube. When
it implodes, when they hit each other, then they explode outward, inward first, outward second, as an explosion. But it has to collapse on itself like a collapsing star in the universe. Yep. It collapses in on itself, and then when the particles hit each other, because they're going so damn fast, because the air is rushing in, they poof, you get glass all over the room.
Back out, in and out.
In and out. Yep.
In and out.
Remember, think about this. Another good example of an implosion is what happened to that little sub that went down to the Titanic.
Yeah, there's implosion.
You know?
There's another implosion. And they became fish food, or shark food, or whatever down there. That's an implosion. Yeah. Imploded first.
That happened to
because if you think about it, even whatever fuel was left inside of those planes once inside the tower, right? You know, so much exploded outside. But whatever was left in there would need oxygen. And so in order to ignite, you would expect somewhat of an implosion there too, because that fuel is going to be sucking in the surrounding air. There's a suction effect there as well.
Because it needs air to exist. It won't burn without oxygen. So it's got to suck. That's right.
Remember
then you
the
had the two jet
firefighters.
engines. Here's the fun part. You got two jet engines still rotating at the same time the explosion actually happens.
Yeah.
When you think about that. Now, why don't I see these big, gigantic jet blasts like a blowtorch come out of the building? That's kind of a funny one, too, because you figure the engine's on intake in the front. And it's going to suck up that fuel. You know what I'm saying? But the fuel's there with the engine, too, though. It's right on top of it. You know what I mean? So that's kind of a funny thing. But you didn't see it. And the other thing is, where's these engines at? That's a damn good question.
Yeah.
Where's these engines? These big Rolls-Royce engines. You ain't going to burn them up.
Yeah, where'd they go?
Yeah, where'd they go?
I remember I remember when the media showed this picture of one of those huge spindles, one of those huge coil spindles. Because remember, they had those huge spindles of coil and cables and shit outside of the building because that section had just been renovated, and they were getting ready to move on to the next section. You know what I mean? So they had all that shit. And I remember the media trying to say that was one of the jet engines. They showed a picture of the fucking burned out fucking coil that, would have been, there would have been cable or something wrapped around it. And they tried to pass that off as part of the engine. And I laughed my ass off. I'm like, I'm not even a pilot. I am a fucking dummy when it comes to planes, but I could tell you right that is no fucking engine. That is a goddamn spindle.
Well, think about it. The Pentagon
remember
itself,
it at the time. I was like, that's so stupid.
You got two major two engines on this airplane, okay? And it hits the Pentagon. Doesn't eat the carpet up.
Yeah, Clint, you get there?
The engine should be sucking that ground up like a vacuum cleaner. Then when it struck the building, them engines are surely not going to try and fold inward, okay? Because they're at a certain weight. They're the heaviest part of the jets, them two engines. And when they hit that building, they're going to go through it itself. So there should have been like holes or damage where you've seen where the two hard products hit each part of that building, but you don't. You have a direct hole, like a missile hit. There's a drill hole. That was it. There was no motors, no wings, no landing gear, no luggage, no nothing.
No, nothing.
So,
Remember there's even been just recently where an airplane has had an engine problem, and the front fan, that's what sucks all the air in besides going forward. It's got little blades on it, okay, like your fan, okay, like a squirrel cage, only it goes round and round and round. Some of these things have come loose and have been ingested by the engine, and the engine explodes. Literally explodes because of them little bitty fan blades come off. They break or shear or whatever. They're sucked into that compressor stage, and the thing blows up like a bomb. It'll just like a big hand grenade going off. There goes a $10 million engine, but these didn't do it, and they're supposed to be sucking all this debris and all this glass and all this steel on the outside, or all this shit. And like I said, Gunslinger, like you remember that the weight of that engine, if it disconnected from that plane, it should have hit that building in a different target spot. I'm saying you'd have a center punch hole from the bird, then you have the two other sides of the engine sitting at the same time. You follow me? Think of the weight of the engine. Solid steel, big chunk of steel. It traveling 600 miles an hour, whatever the rate of speed it was going, and it's going to hit something solid. What do you think it's going to look like? You know what I mean? So that's why it doesn't make no sense to me. Simply don't do it. Don't explain it. And those engines weigh 10,000 pounds apiece. They're anywhere from 8,000 to 10,000 pounds of engine. Okay, boy, that's a big. Like you said, that's a big chunk of steel.
Right.
Yeah. Traveling at that speed, like a bullet.
Right.
Like a bullet. Even worse than a bullet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, in a beer can frame. Big steel engines in a aluminum can frame. Yeah, but remember, airplane aluminum is strong shit. That's some pretty strong metal.
I'd interrupt. My T-Mobile hung up on me. My T-Mobile decided to hang up on me.
Welcome to T-Mobile.
And then I saw Pianki drop and call back in. Pianki, do you have T-Mobile too? Did you get dropped at the same time I did?
No, my grandson called me. Wanted me to see if he left his lunchbox. But no, those engines are made out of titanium.
I would have been laughing hysterically if your phone and my phone hung up at the same time and we both happened to have T-Mobile. That would have been like, conspiracy theory number 5,653. I don't know. Just throwing a number out there.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Anyway.
But no, 9/11 was a big bamboozle. Somebody needs to have their ass whooped over that, I'm telling you.
Oh, yeah.
All those people got killed. All the money we engaged in, lives lost, that came out, there's a bunch of bull crap.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Somebody needs
to pay. I just love how Bush Jr. covered for Clinton because, he was covering for Clinton. They're buddies. They are totally buddies. And, he covered even the previous administration wouldn't have been able to anticipate this. And it's like, No, it was the Clinton administration that, like, let this, Osama bin Laden go. Like, you know what I mean? Like, they failed on every single level, to capture him or do anything. The warnings were there, and it was like, and yet Bush Jr. defended Bill Clinton and the Clinton administration, and, no, don't put any blame on him. Because if they started putting blame on Clinton, then of course the blame would start coming on him too.
Well, look who ran the Clinton administration. Hitler ran that show.
Oh yeah. Well, you got to remember. You got to remember too that in those airplanes, that there are what you call black boxes. They're not black; they're orange, but they're called black boxes. Guess where they're located at? One is behind the pilot seat, okay? And guess where the other one is? In the very tail. I know, I've seen them, okay? They are explosion-proof. They are waterproof. They can transmit a signal from certain depths for up to a month. And there's 2 in each airplane, so that means there's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 total. And they couldn't get a freaking bit of data off those 8 boxes. And they couldn't get enough data off them to find out really what happened. Bullshit. You can take a program.
How about the people making cell phone calls?
Yeah.
The antenna for cell phone is not omnidirection. They directional. So they wouldn't have been receiving a signal up at no 15 or 30,000 feet. They don't work like that.
They don't work like that.
So when that kid called home and said, "Mama, this is your son," that was a stage call.
Remember, a cell phone tower on the ground is omnidirectional. It does shoot out the signal in all directions vertically. Okay, it's a vertical plane. It doesn't shoot it straight up in the air. It's like a circle. It's going in all directions.
Wave transmission.
There you go.
Standing wave.
It's not going up. Standing wave. Yep. So it's not being transmitted up to the sky, so you can make cell phone calls in the airplane. In fact, they tell you to shut your fucking phones off, so it doesn't interfere with the avionics in the airplane. That right there ought to tell you something. Okay, so you couldn't get a signal lock on a cell tower because they're vertical. The signals are being, out vertically. You're not talking to the moon like a Gizmonti moon antenna.
Yeah, I remember watching stuff like that. Like, way out there, conspiracy theory that all of those cell phone calls were fake. Even the voicemail messages or even answering machine messages and stuff like that. Like, I've watched some pretty far out stuff, Some of the stuff makes sense. And then stuff like this was like, well, actually, once they were, low enough to the ground and stuff, they probably would have been picking up signals from the many, many towers, that are in the big cities like that, like Washington, D.C. and New York, when they got to a certain point. But I question the flight in Pennsylvania, because that plane went down in a rural area, not, a big city area that has a shit ton of cell phone towers. And we're talking, this is back in 2001, there weren't nearly as many as there are now. We've got, you can barely walk 10 feet without a fucking cell phone tower now. But, back then it was like, really the only stable cell phone communications were in the big cities. And so how did these people that were in the plane on that flight in Pennsylvania, how were they able to make those cell phone calls when it went down in a rural area, well before it got into any major cities and major cell phone towers that could handle those calls? That's one of those conspiracy theories that are out there that I don't have an answer to, but it's a valid question.
Well,
anyway.
Well,
everything is valid.
Here's the deal with. I remember watching you talked about cell phones messing with avionics. I remember watching a Mythbusters episode where they basically proved that to be false, proved that to be a myth, that cell phones mess with the avionics of airplanes. Now, also, what they were talking about, you're talking about the cell phones on Flight 93. I believe it's Flight 93 that crashed in Pennsylvania. A lot of those people had to use the plane phones. What do they call? What the fuck do they call those planes? Those phones on the airplanes, the airphones.
Airphones, I guess.
You know. Airphones, yeah. So
plane phones, whatever. Yeah, they're on the back of the seat in front of you. Yeah.
Yeah. So you got that going on, and you got the fact that yeah, you're right. And here's something else. You look at where that fucking plane crashed in Pennsylvania. Again, where's the debris field?
Yeah, where's all the parts? I don't care if you slam into the ground at 400 miles an hour. It doesn't matter. Something is going to be left of that vehicle, of that airplane. Something. Even the tail section would survive that. Might be shredded up and torn in all pieces, but it would still be laying on the ground. You know, but there was nothing. No body parts, no luggage, no parts of the airplane. Where did it all go? You don't vaporize like that. I'm sorry. Things just don't vaporize like that. Not in the real world, anyway. Might melt, but it doesn't vaporize that because there's no heat sources involved.
You're right about the black boxes. I don't ever remember them finding those 2 black boxes on Flight 93.
I don't think they did. They claimed they didn't. Okay.
Well, what happened to all the people? What happened to the passengers? They had a manifest list. Where the hell are these people at?
Yeah, where'd all these people go to? And they didn't find any body parts. They didn't even find any bone fragments. Okay? I mean, good God, you'd at least find fingernails or eyeball here and there or an ear here and there, you know, something.
Well, hell, the hole was underneath a shade tree. The tree didn't burn up.
Yeah, the tree didn't burn up.
They supposedly have remains of UFO aliens when they crash, and they be traveling a lot faster than the damn planes.
Yeah, a hell of a lot faster. And a hell of a lot faster, more vehicles. You know, what they claim. But there's so many unanswered questions that the so-called authorities, you know, them dumb fucks, they don't want to answer because they know the answer. That's why they don't want to answer the questions. They know the answer. Okay? They're not, you know, we may think they're stupid, but they a little bit above stupid. Okay? Because they orchestrated all this stuff. They orchestrated the military maneuvers that were on, and they did all this shit. They sent those 2 jets out over the ocean on a wild goose chase when there was 2 bogies coming in and heading toward, you know, the towers. They sent the damn interceptors out there across the ocean. What the hell are you going to find out there? Shark fishing or something? Mm-hmm. That's insanity. Okay? And remember when these planes come into these no-fly zones, especially like over the White House, you know, with poopy pants, potato brain, you know, it's up there. A little bitty airplane can go off course because of weather, mechanical issues, whatever, and unintentionally violate that airspace over the White House. Within 4 minutes, there's armed F-16s sitting on your ass. If you don't get out of here, we're going to shoot your ass down. Within 4 minutes. 4 minutes. They're launched. These people stay at a base, wherever that base is, okay, it's probably around Washington there somewhere. They stay on call 24 hours a day. Their barracks, there's a garage with the airplane sitting in it, and right next to it is their barracks. And just like firemen, Ron, you know, they have their flight suit, everything right there ready to go. So when that alarm goes off, boom, they jump out of bed, jump in their flight suit, go out that door, and there's already crew out there firing them jets up. All they do is jump in the jet, kick the door shut, and they're off. Within minutes. None of this happened on 9/11. None of it.
Well, wasn't it Cheney that told them not to fly or something like that?
Yeah, They said not to stand down order. So, are you kidding me? You got two unidentified bogeys closing in on a major target, the towers, okay? And they said it was something like stand down orders. Oh no, we ain't gonna do that. Don't worry about that. And the air traffic controllers are screaming, "What the fuck? They told us to stand down. We see it on our radar." And NORAD doesn't see it on their radar? Most sophisticated radar in the entire world?
Well, you know another thing, too. Those explosions had to be set off by a remote control. And it may be some records of... Yeah, it may be some records of some signals floating around that time. You know they can keep monitor of your telephone calls, your cell phone calls.
Well, there's signals. They record it. Remember, they record everything that goes through the air out there. They're recording this show right now. Okay, at some government database somewhere, probably Colorado. Okay, they're recording the show right now, and everything we say, everything that goes through the air, is boom recorded. Ain't no landline.
If you fly a drone that you buy in Walmart, you have to have a transponder on it, whereas the local airport can see it in the sky. So I'm saying that if they use remote control to set those explosions off, well, those signals, those transmitted signals should be recorded somewhere.
Oh yeah, I'm sure they are. They're not going to tell you. It's funny that these hijackers.
Oh, I'm sure that's probably under top secret, highly classified stuff. Like, if Trump walked off with that, he'd be in prison right now if he walked out with proof of that.
Remember, also...
He probably would have been hung in his jail cell after the cameras were fucking turned off, too.
Remember also that these so-called terrorists that took over the control of these airplanes, when they interviewed the guy at the flight school that they went to, okay? The flight instructor, the certified flight instructor, okay? That's where you get your pilot's license. You got to fly with a CFI for so many hours to make sure that he knows what you're doing so you don't get up there and kill yourself, okay? They failed in a little Cessna 172. They failed. And a Cessna 172 is easy to fly. I mean, that's like you can fly one of them damn things blindfolded. Okay, there's not any instrumentation hardly, on the regular standard ones. They fly simply, very simple. And these people failed. That CFI failed them because they couldn't fly a 172. And they're going to get into the cockpit of a 737 or whatever they are. Have you ever sat in a cockpit of one of them bastards? I have, one time. My God, there's fucking switches to your left, to your right, behind you, above you, on the instrument panel, and you got to know what every one of them subbitches do. But they're going to turn the transponders off. They're going to fly that thing, turn the autopilots off, and they can't even fly a Cessna 172. Really? Wow. Talk about some luck now.
Well, here's another question. What about them foreign passports that was found, wasn't scorched, didn't burn up, no scratches on them?
Scratches on it. Yep.
Yeah, Christine. It flew out of an exploding plane, almost entirely unscathed. It just had some dust on it, maybe a couple of pieces of glass.
If somebody knew exactly where to go look for them.
Yeah. Oh, look, Omar, look at this. Oh, look at this. Oh, ain't that a pretty picture of him? Didn't even get scorched. Bullshit. Give me a... People believe that shit. I'll sell you the San Francisco Bridge and I'll throw in a goddamn maintenance contract. Forever. Believe that crap.
No doubt. No doubt. And yet that's what they want you to believe,
Tell you another
They want
secret.
you to still believe this shit, that it happened exactly the way they said. That these hijackers pulled off a fucking miracle that experienced former military, then commercial pilots with tens of thousands of hours under their belt could never possibly do, but we're supposed to believe it. It totally happened that way, you guys.
I'll tell you another little secret that a lot of people don't know either. I think it was 1972 or 73, the Federal Aviation Commission, mandated by law, Congress passed this in that time, that every commercial aircraft from that point on has to be equipped with an anti-terrorist device. And you're going to say, well, what is an anti-terrorist device? On the yoke, or right near, it's a steering wheel in an airplane, it's called the yoke, there's a button. Only the pilot knows where that button is. If somebody was to break through that door, which is kept locked all the time with a bunch of box cutters, that's a fucking joke by itself, and then try to take command of the cockpit, that pilot pushes that little button where he knows, and his hands are off of that control because you can't control the aircraft. Guess who's controlling the aircraft?
Yeah.
NORAD.
A lot of people don't know that the year before, in 2000, I believe it was, I don't know, look it up, like May of 2000, I think, maybe even of 99. Can't remember, but Australia flew completely via remote control a Boeing 747 from Australia, I believe, to Africa, completely remote control.
And once that button is pushed, there's no reset on it. You can't reset it.
Yeah, you don't think that nowadays our planes are, of course they probably are. By now, 22 years later, if that scenario ever happens, it's like, okay, I'm putting in my request, take over this plane, remote control, and there's somebody ready and waiting to do so
at NORAD,
any given time.
That's where the thing switches to, is NORAD. All these alarm bells and sirens go off, saying, "Oh, terrorists! We got a hijacked airplane." And once that pilot pushes that button, there ain't no going back. You can't reset it. They have complete control over it, so they fly it to a remote place where they have the Army or whatever, SWAT teams or whatever, ready to negotiate with the terrorists to either shoot them, kill them, or let the passengers go. Oh yeah, absolutely. That's nothing there now. And 3 years later.
Yeah.
You don't think they got it perfected by now?
Is it a bad thing that I actually kind of think that the Pentagon was literally like rehearsing that? Let's see if we really have the ability to do this. We don't want to shoot you down, but if we can remote control and cause you to crash, over a remote area,
somewhere,
that's a viable option as well, right?
Yeah, well, here again, Pentagon. Oh, I love talking about this fucking Pentagon. I'm a retired master electrician, okay? I've installed closed-circuit television, okay? CCTV, all right? The cameras that are all over the place now. They had over 100 working cameras that day around the Pentagon, out in the parking lot. I mean, every door in that Pentagon, you'll see a camera. Every hall, you'll see a camera. Every parking lot, you'll see multiple cameras. When you go into Walmart, look straight up above the cashiers, them dark little circles up there, surveillance cameras, okay? Go to a casino and look up there and look at all them dark circles up there in the ceiling of a casino. Them some bitches can read the serial number off a $100 bill with no problem, with absolute clarity. But yet, only that one little bit, what about 0.5 seconds of that video was released after, about 6-7 years of lawsuits? But yet over 100 cameras was active and recording that day, that time. And even the cameras across the street at the convenience store, the gas station, it was recording, and they went over there and confiscated that. What did it show? What did all those other cameras show? Won't answer that one. Well, here's
that one camera on the gate at the parking lot It showed a blur go by.
Yeah. So
it was a blur. It was a missile. It wasn't no damn plane.
From that one camera that they did release, even though, they confiscated all the video from every neighboring area that we still haven't seen, that if it hasn't been destroyed, it's still under lock and key.
It's never been authenticated.
Which I hope, we need to demand it. Like, whoever it is that we vote for president needs to declassify anything and everything having to do with 9/11. Everything. No protecting anybody, there's nothing that needs to be continue to be hidden 22 years later. I mean, come on now. Any technology, anything, having to do with it, there's literally zero national security
Can't do it.
concern.
Can't do it.
Because
the kingpin's still alive.
Far surpassed anything that was around 22 years ago. It's
Can't
all
reveal it.
outdated.
It's
It's like no, we can't give the public the code to the original, Windows 3.11.
No, because they got to follow by the covenant bylaws.
We have to keep it secret.
There's a miss in the bylaws. They can't tell, as long as the kingpin that did this attack on whatever, or it's made up bullshit, is still alive, they'll never reveal it. They'll never reveal it because that's part of the covenant. That's part of the covenant rules of the group. They have to keep it secret.
We should demand it, though. We should demand it.
Doesn't matter. You ain't them. You ain't them. You ain't nothing to these people. They don't care.
Nothing.
In the name of justice.
Until we're 250 million voters going, hey, I'm not going to vote for you unless you agree to declassify anything and everything having to do with 9/11.
Why didn't Trump do it? Why didn't Trump do it?
Yeah,
here's the thing, y'all. Here's the thing. Until this stuff, see, what we are talking about, a miscarriage of justice. And my question is how are you going to lock somebody up and put them in prison for January the 6th? Well, before that, you got so many incidents, quite obvious as the nose on your face, that somebody should have been in jail for 9/11, and not only 9/11, but, hey, the USS Liberty and going on back into World War II.
Absolutely. You tell me, why are they not in jail? Okay, because you're dealing with people that we have no idea how these people work, because they're in a class by themselves. They're in a club, and we're not invited. Okay, I guarantee it, we're not invited. Trump was the oddball. Okay, they couldn't buy him. Okay, they could not buy Trump. They probably tried. I'm sure they did. No doubt about it. They probably went to him and say, here's you $1 billion. We'll give you $1 billion. Keep your fucking mouth shut. Do what we say and you'll be cool. Look what they did with JFK. I'm sure they approached him and said, hey, you're fixing to step on somebody's toes. Probably the best interest of your future security, Mr. President, that you keep your fucking mouth shut. What did he do? He didn't keep his mouth shut, did he? He went full balls. And look what happened to him. Right up there in Dallas, Texas, up there.
Well, he was fucking with money. He was fucking with the Federal Reserve like Lincoln did.
The money, yeah, same thing. They still blew his brains out.
Because same thing for RFK.
Yeah,
same thing for RFK.
He wouldn't play the game. He would not play the game. And when he didn't play the game, the monsters, the bankers, the cartel bankers, whatever you want to call these fuckers, they put a hit out on him. Okay? And they might have done that to Trump. They might have threatened Trump. Hey, you keep your mouth shut, or, you got such a beautiful wife. Man, I bet you she's hot in bed. You want to keep that, don't you? Oh, how about your son? Byron, he's a cute kid. You wouldn't want him to meet a unfortunate accident, would you, Mr. President? You don't think these fucking people will work that way? Bullshit. Yeah, right. I mean, it sounds like cloak and dagger.
Just like Governor Abbott jogging along, and he's in the right place at the right time for a damn tree to fall on him.
Tree to fall on him. Yeah, exactly. I mean,
if I didn't look at what they're doing in the fucking look at what they're doing to fucking Ken Paxton over there.
Yeah, look at him.
Right, John?
if I didn't go into the electrical work, the master electrician, I was going to go into the electronics field, okay, the career electronic, but I went into the electrical field. But I was fixing to join the FBI at that time. I had already passed the test, I already passed the background check, the whole fucking 9 yards. A guy we knew was the head of the FBI office up here in Dallas. My family knew him, and he was going to get me in as an entry-level electronics technician. Had a heart attack. I had all the paperwork signed, the whole fucking 9 yards. Went down to the FBI building, fingerprinted, all the fucking background check and all that shit. And I was going to go in as an electronic technician. No telling where I could have been today. Want to see the world? He said that with your grade from your electronics school, where do you want to go? We'll send you any place in the world you want to. Yeah. So you don't think these people do that shit? Oh, yes, they do. Yes, they do. Okay. And that was just on the low of the totem pole, man. You talk about those people that are up there on top. We'll never see them. Shadow government, if you want to call it shadow government.
Look, here's the deal, and Gun, our friend Kat. That's everybody else doesn't know who that is, but our friend Kat. Every time I talk with her, I mention the fact that Trump. These people are getting desperate with Trump to the point of they're getting back into a corner to the point of the only option they're going to have is to assassinate him, and Kat tells me no, don't say that on a phone call, don't say that on a Skype call because they can come after you. But I'm just speaking the truth. These people because Trump won't shut up. Trump will not shut up about different things.
And like I said, that's what they did. That's what they did to JFK. It's no big secret. Mm-hmm. I can take you down there right now. I'm a native Texan. I live just right outside of Dallas, 22 miles. I've been on that spot where they blew his fucking brains out. There's a big X out there in the middle of the street. That's where it happened, right there. I've been by there a zillion times. So this did happen, okay? Boy, did it ever happen, okay? Because my mother seen it when she was pregnant with me, okay? She was down there. So you don't think these people are capable of doing that, and especially when it comes to 9/11 and all this shit, when thousands of people got killed and all this stuff happened, and all the Pentagon and all the Shanksville and blah blah blah. It's amazing.
What 9/11 was about was war profiteering. That's what it was about.
Oh yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, if you
can't convince me it wasn't.
Now, if you really want to get into some conspiracy theories about 9/11, okay, there's some crazy. Well, I don't know about crazy. Go look up Dr. Judy Wood. She's a physicist, PhD, structural engineer, electrical engineer, chemical analysis. She's got enough degrees that would choke a goddamn 10-ton dinosaur. Okay? She's an expert. And she wrote a book, Where Did the Towers Go? Go look it up. Now, I haven't heard from Dr. Judy Wood in a long time. I don't know if she's still kicking or, hell, they might have knocked her ass off. I don't know. Who knows? Okay? But she goes into the physical facts that, hey, you got 100,000 tons of building and then falls in its footprint. It doesn't register hardly anything but a jackhammer on the seismograph machines that were only located about 3 miles away. That area where the 9/11 occurred it was built in what you call the bathtub. It's called the bathtub. They had to make it to block that river.
Hey guys, holding that thought for just a second, I'm going to bring on a caller, 330. I believe it's Kay Stanley, if I remember right. 330, you are on. Welcome on.
How you guys doing?
Good. But anyway, they had this bathtub.
We're doing well. Welcome on.
Yeah, go look up the bathtub. It did not damage that. With all that hundreds of thousands of tons of building coming down, just 50 feet from the edge of the river there, didn't do any damage to it. Didn't crack it. Didn't do. It's just pretty as you please. But yeah, just right over your shoulder, 100,000 tons of building just came down on the top of you. Really? Oh boy. There's another one of those reallys. Okay? And remember the firefighters that were in there. New York City firefighters. Not anybody else, but New York City firefighters. When they went up the stairs, because the elevators were all shut down because of the fire system, when they finally climbed up the stairs, okay, to where this thing supposedly happened and everything, they had radio communications that were recorded. They are recorded, and they're saying on their two-way radio, saying, "Where's the fire? We see little pockets of fire, a desk on fire here and carpet on fire over here, but we don't see no raging inferno. Where's the fire at?" And these are actually New York City fire people, firefighters. They couldn't even find the goddamn fire. So where was it? Where'd the fire go? So everybody in the New York City Fire Department are lying son of bitches? Or are they telling the truth?
Well, exactly. And you're reminding me to call out, I ran out of characters when I set up the show description to link this documentary. Go on Rumble and look up 9/11 firefighters documentary, Calling Out Bravo 7. So look up Calling Out Bravo 7 on Rumble. You'll find it. And this is a documentary by the firefighters, firefighters that know about like how fucking fires work, right? It's very, very good. Speaking out against like how World Trade Centers, that crap couldn't have happened. The official story is completely wrong. Whistleblowers that are like, yeah, I told them this, but of course, what I had to say didn't make it in the 9/11 Commission report.
Remember there was a group of firefighters after the thing collapsed, pancaked, whatever you want to call it. Okay, there was a group of firefighters that were trapped in a stairwell. I forget which side of the building that they were trapped in. Okay, and they still had the radio, and they were trying to call out on the radio to see if anybody could still hear them, right? Well, we finally made communications, right? And they were confused. They, pitch black, dark, or all of a sudden, and they were saying, "Wait a minute, look up. We see sunlight." Now, wait a minute. 100,000 tons of building just came down on top of you, but yet you can look up and see sunlight. Where'd the building go? That's documented. I think they made a documentary out of it. Go look it up. There's like 8 different firemen that were trapped in this stairwell, and they said, "Where are you?" And the people outside were, Where are you?" Well, we see light up through the ceiling. Oh, yeah. All the fucking floors on top of you. How can you see light? Kind of strange, don't you think? I think it's very strange.
Well, I've been an iron worker, a union iron worker, and I work on high-rise buildings here in Cleveland, in my local.
Yeah.
And I know for a fact that those buildings, every one of those buildings could have taken a hit from all those planes together in the same day and not went down. Yeah. There's no huge chunks of precast concrete. We're talking, when you bring these floors in after you set the steel, that's all pre-manufactured flooring. And it turns into baby powder. It's a demolition. It's not an impact.
No, it's a demolition.
And if you think if it would have been an impact and an explosion on the floors that say a plane did hit it, let's span 3 floors high. That's 30 feet high. Okay, we'll give it that. How about the other 100 floors?
Yeah, where'd it go?
Where's all the concrete at?
Those
floors. They don't get that many dump trucks in New York City.
Yeah. Those floors are lightweight concrete. Those floors are lightweight concrete poured on joists.
Right.
And
remember
the decking was a 1-inch centering, so it wasn't that thick. So that's going. It wouldn't have had no mesh in it. Surely wouldn't have had no rebar because it ain't thick enough. So yes, it's going to pulverize when all that stuff's going on.
Yeah. But remember that
where the plane hit.
Yeah.
Right.
Remember that
I'm taking everything below it or above it. It's not going to pulverize.
But also,
it's all the way to the ground.
But also remember the New York Fire Code. said that that steel had to have a 1 hour fire rating on it. And I think in the early 90s, they went in there and put 2 levels. That's asbestos.
Right.
That whole building was full of
it would have been more than that. It would have been at least a 2. And that's when they were spraying that good stuff back then. It looked like oatmeal.
Yeah, oatmeal. There you go. What that means is that means you could take a blowtorch and hit one spot, and that thing is supposed to resist that blowtorch for 1 hour minimum before it burns through the asbestos. Okay, 1 hour. Now they all came. Yeah,
they know what the temperature of the fuel burns at. The fuel doesn't get hot enough to burn that hot.
That's right. It only does 1,800 degrees jet fuel.
You sound really far away. Just gonna say, when you comment, it's kind of hard to hear because you sound like you're talking 50 feet away.
Who's me?
No, Gunslinger, you're good.
Oh, all right. Oh yeah, so you got 2 layers of fire retardant now. Should be 2 hours fire rating, a blowtorch effect. So, and they fell within minutes of each other. So asbestos doesn't work too good, does it? Yeah, right. Sure.
If you watch what goes on in Las Vegas when they bring a hotel down, you could have Trump Tower on the right, and you could have the Palms on the left, and they'll bring that thing down 60, 70 stories in its own footprint and do no damage hardly. Maybe some small pebbles or whatever may break some windows. But you're talking about massive catastrophe. I mean, how many planes hit buildings that day is my favorite question now. 2.
Yeah.
How many buildings fell down?
3.
Well, I gotta say, I've always stood by the theory, even from that day. I'm like, if this was a controlled demolition, that takes time. And there were reports for months earlier that there were, quote unquote, like maintenance crews, people coming in really late at night. Vans hauling in materials into the parking garages, that kind of thing. And this was happening for months, and months and months. And so it's really not that feasible to go, well, if you have months to prepare where all these charges need to be, including like the thermite coils, because it's like the thermite is placed so that it'll, slice through at an angle. Like, what steel beams were recovered, in the few that were photographed, 45-degree cut angles, one after another. That doesn't happen by accident. That is strategically placed thermite that would be able to slice through column after column after column like that, and so if it's just one of those things that makes sense. And what happened, I think earlier in the show, the purchase of the towers by Silverstein. I think that's his name. It's still Silverstein.
Yeah.
And put on higher insurance. Added to the insurance of it. Was making all these changes, so that would fall right in that timeline now, wouldn't it? If you knew that you needed to rig 2 buildings, the 2 tallest towers, and you had 6 months to be able to plan it and do it, you'd probably be able to do it. Those things were pre-wired to come down. There's just no way you can escape it. It was pre-planned. It was done in advance. So that, maybe it was a precaution. Maybe it's like hey, if something does happen, instead of allowing the towers to fall sideways and destroy, blocks and blocks, we'll make sure that it comes down on its own footprint, pre-wired for that kind of eventuality.
Remember Stein, whatever that little bastard's name is. Okay, remember when Building 7 fell? Remember, he was caught on live TV saying we had to pull. And that's a demolition term. Pull it.
Yep.
That is a demolition term.
You know what?
Bringing a building
down. The worst thing about it all is you see Donald Rumsfeld the day before talk about trillions of dollars that are lost, telling the public right then that this money's gone, and then the actual Pentagon gets hit by, which we haven't even seen a plane, it's a missile. Okay. They actually decided that they were just going to blow up the Pentagon with a missile in the same area, the same place they kept all the documents for the money that Rumsfeld just talked about missing, and nothing said. Nothing.
Speaking of a missile, I'll tell you another little tidbit that they had the technology even back then. Like I said, I'm a retired master electrician, and back in the day there when I was doing electrical work, I wanted to do electrical work for these topless bars, for the stage lighting and all that, you know, and the lasers and all that stuff. Okay? And I went in there and I was looking into a place called Superstar Laser Imaging Systems. I forget where they were out of, but at that time, my God, what they could do with laser technology! I mean, they could project something, incoming aircraft carrier that was fixing to land on your head, and you would actually think there was an aircraft carrier fixing to land on your head. That's how good they were back in the 80s.
Oh, hologram!
If you guys get a chance right now, look up the 2022 Seattle Space Needle Laser Light Show and watch what you can see.
Watch it.
It is absolutely stunning.
Fantastic.
What they can and what they project.
That's right. And it doesn't take a very big projector.
And all the air with all the stuff, the barium and stuff that comes down through the chemtrails is a projection screen for this stuff.
That's right. Yep. How do you think that David Copperfield, that magician, how do you think he made the Statue of Liberty disappear? It was a hologram. It's with smoking mirrors, basically. Okay? The hand is, or the eye's faster than the hand, or whatever that saying is. You can trick people so easily. Look how we've been bamboozled about this damn government. Okay? You think they're think they're honest? Yeah. I mean, you think they're being honest? You think they have a halo wearing on their head daily? Hell no. These people are demonic. They're evil. They're the right-hand man to the devil himself, I guess. Right? So, wow. I mean, that's how stupid they think we are. And
what you're talking about, Gun? And what you're talking about, Gun? We were talking about earlier where the debris fields for these airplanes. Well, if they're holograms, if these things were holograms, from a laser light show or something like that, there wouldn't be any debris fields.
Nope.
Right, exactly. And here's the thing.
Because guess what?
The only camera angles we ever saw from this entire situation are the ones that are actually fixed in the positions that show you repeatedly the same shot over and over. Now, who in their right mind's got a camera aimed at the building exactly where it's going to crash? They make a complete mistake where a crane, an overhead crane, has an actual image of a black silhouette that's supposed to be the airplane going behind the crane in one photo, and then on the other side, it's in front of it. It's complete CGI.
Isn't that so convenient? I mean, think about this. I mean, gee whiz. They had these camera angles so perfect. I mean, it's not even funny. This thing here this is a two-parter. They demolished it by controlled demolition. There's no doubt about that. I mean, the evidence is so clear. It's like the nose on the end of your face. To cover up a directed energy weapon. That was the other part.
Or all the other war crimes that they've committed up until this point, knowing that we're hot on their ass.
But remember the cars, the pictures of the cars that were found 3 blocks away from Ground Zero that were burnt to a crisp. Right. Some of them were burnt half, like a beam came down and burnt one side of the vehicle, while the other side was perfect. Shiny, clean. Even New York City police cars, and in those streets where they got the pictures of these things, the video and everything. Some of the cars were turned upside down. The door handles were melted off. parts of the engine was melted. But you see a tree 5 feet away from this burnt fucking vehicle, and it still got its leaves. Green as green can be. Now, what
you know what I'm going to do tonight? Now that you said that, I'm going to go back and start looking at all these videos, and I'm going to start looking to see
Look at the videos.
Blue.
Look at the videos.
I'm going to look see what color blue. Color blue, like in Hawaii now, what didn't get burned.
It's the same thing. I was just fixing to say that. There's a video out there of 2 cars that are parked in a lot. Okay, the cars are completely toast. The aluminum wheels, you can see the trail of aluminum where it melted off. Right, supposed to be on the fire.
Yeah.
Well,
and yet there's a perfectly green living tree, like 25 feet away from it. It's like, how does that fucking happen?
And the houses and the fence, nothing but that tree right there, perfectly green, no scorched leaves. The fence wasn't scorched, but them 2 freaking cars were freaking toasted. Now,
and the melted aluminum had then cooled, so there's pools of cooled aluminum along the pavement, and it's like, and it's fused to it by then. You know what I mean? It's like, come on,
I can see.
How does it get that fucking hot? And that the tree, 20 feet away is perfectly fine. It doesn't.
There's one way that happens.
This doesn't make sense at all.
With a microwave, it happens.
Microwave.
Okay, fellas, let's do some thinking. Fellas. Who was the workers that was working on these buildings? It couldn't have been Americans. There's no chance that many Americans. There's no chance that many Americans would go along. It must have been some foreigners, and I bet you they were Ukrainians.
It's Israeli Mossad. They caught the guys dancing out and watching them dancing in the van in the street, trying to get over the bridge. But then yet the company that's owned by the people that she was talking about earlier, that was in there they were doing closed circuit TV and security. So they had access to every part of the building at any time, all the time, and there was groups of them. Now, if you put 10 or 15 guys, they can knock out a floor on one building in a night if they know what they're doing, because nobody's going to bother them. Nobody's going to even question them. They got their shirts, boom, they're gone.
I want to ask this iron worker a question, okay? If you go and look up there and look up on YouTube, and I'm sure it's still there, unless they pulled them, go look up the Spire, Spire.
I-R-E.
I believe the very top of that building, there was a camera angle, I don't know how they got it, but some way they had a camera angle on it. And as the building, they caught the building collapsing, right? Well, you see these big girders sticking up, the main support of this building. Very top, I'd say at least 100 to 150 feet of the top of these girders, all of a sudden just blew away. You could see it.
Gone.
You could see it like smoke. Gone. Poof. Gone.
And nobody brings up the fact that if you ask somebody that knows about structural steel, the taller the building, you have sway. Them buildings don't stay straight up and down. I don't believe we're on a spinning circle, number one, as being an iron worker, because if you build something that tall and it doesn't look like a noodle spinning around with the speed we're supposed to be going, I don't care how good your gravity is, it's still going to move a lot more than it does. They have counterweights in them. Actually, an elevator shaft that will go from the top to the bottom, and it's an actual counterweight that actually moves like a pendulum of a clock. I want to know where the hell that's at.
Yeah, me too.
They show no signs of that being anywhere.
The counterweights ride in a track, so they don't quite spin like that. But you have to
not
right.
Spin, but they'll move side to side.
Yeah, those buildings sway quite a bit at those elevations.
Immensely, yes. It's scary. The higher you go up, the windier it gets.
Yeah, the wind, yeah. But where does the steel go? Look at that video and look at it 50 fucking times if you have to. You will see those columns starting to swivel like spaghetti, and then all of a sudden, poof, they're gone. Yeah. And then it collapses.
The airplanes in the center of the actual building and the explosions coming out of the windows is a diversion to actually initiate the weapon, or whatever you want to call it. I like the War of the Worlds, so the beam comes out of it. And now you've seen it a lot farther advanced in Hawaii again.
That's right. Listen, there's a good term. there's a good term that Dr. Judy Wood came up with, and if you go look it up, you'll see that it's true. She came up with the term molecular disassociation. Write that down. Molecular disassociation. What that means is, like I said, I'm a master electrician, engineer. I did all this shit. Okay? That means that everything
crazy?
Well, no, not necessarily crazy. Yeah, but not necessarily all
crazy.
Destroys
at a molecular level is pretty much what that equates to. It destroys at a molecular level.
Wow.
What that means is that every molecule in the entire universe is held together by a electrical cohesion. Okay, it's an electrical attraction. Now, just imagine for a half a second if you could neutralize that naturally occurring phenomenon, I guess, okay, of that cohesion between the molecules. What's going to happen
that's
to the
how
molecule?
the hydrogen bomb was made, by separating the bond between hydrogen and oxygen. H2O.
We're looking at that. It's CERN.
You
CERN
create and you
that.
disrupt that, and you break those bonds. There's your hydrogen bomb for you. You know.
Look what they're doing at CERN in Switzerland. Who in God's name's out there running stuff around in a circle to take 17 miles or however many to get that thing going millions and millions of miles an hour to create what? Some type of explosion? You might blow up a building, wipe it clean off the earth? And I think maybe possibly so. I think they're building one of them in Texas as well. I mean, it's just we've been lied to so much, and our government's taking advantage of every type of possibility to make us dumb us down, number one, and then just take advantage of everything. And they just take our money and just give it away. Give it to where they want to go, their safe haven, wherever if they're going to Ukraine. They all ought to go to hell where they ought to go. They ought to go to the let's call it the tall tree and the short rope night.
Hey, I'm going to interject for just a second. Maybe even a couple minutes. It's 29 minutes left of the live stream. So those of you out there, if you're listening and you haven't called in yet, please do so within the next 29 minutes. 563-999-3698. That way, because my show usually goes into overtime. So if you want to participate in overtime, then you got to call in within the next 28 minutes and 45 seconds or so. And then on top of that, there was one short clip that I did want to try to play tonight. And when we're talking about why 9/11 happened, I am going to do a little flashback in history here, folks. Ron Paul, why 9/11 happened, his speech to Congress, September 25th of 2001. This is only about less than 6 minutes long. So I'm going to go ahead and play it. Flashback, Ron Paul.
Following the September 11th disasters, a militant Islamic group in Pakistan held up a sign for all the world to see. It said, "Americans think why you are hated all over the world. We abhor the messenger, but we should not ignore the message." Here at home, we are told that the only reason for the suicidal mass killing we experienced on September 11th is that we are hated because we are free and prosperous. If these two conflicting views are not reconciled, we cannot wisely fight nor win the war in which we now find ourselves. We must understand why the hatred is directed toward Americans and not any other Western country. In studying history, I, as many others, have come to the conclusion that war is most often fought for economic reasons. But economic wars are driven by moral and emotional overtones. Our own revolution was fought to escape from the excessive taxation, but was inspired and driven by our desire to protect our God-given rights to liberty. The war between the states, fought primarily over tariffs, was nonetheless inspired by the abhorrence of slavery. It is this moral inspiration that drives people to suicidally fight to the death, as so many Americans did between 1861 and 1865. Both economic and moral causes of war must be understood. Ignoring the importance of each is dangerous. We should not casually ignore the root causes of our current fight, nor pursue this fight by merely accepting the explanation that they terrorize us out of jealousy. It has already been written that Islamic militants are fighting a holy war, a jihad. This drives them to commit acts that to us are beyond comprehension. It seems that they have no concern for economic issues since they have no regard even for their own lives. But an economic issue does exist in this war. It's oil. When the conflict broke out between Iraq and Iran in early 1980s, we helped to finance and arm Iraq and Saddam Hussein. At that time, Anwar Sadat of Egypt profoundly stated, "This is the beginning of the war for oil." Our crisis today is part of this long-lasting war over oil. Osama bin Laden, a wealthy man, left Saudi Arabia in 1979 to join American-sponsored so-called freedom fighters in Afghanistan. He received financial assistance, weapons, and training from our CIA, just as his allies in Kosovo continue to receive the same from us today. Unbelievably, to this day, our foreign aid continues to flow into Afghanistan, even as we prepare to go to war against her. My suggestion is, not only should we stop this aid immediately, but we should never have started it in the first place. It's during this time bin Laden learned to practice terror, tragically with money from the U.S. taxpayers. But it wasn't until 1971, during what we refer to as the Persian Gulf War, that he turned fully against the United States. It was this war, said to protect our oil, that brought out the worst in him. Of course, it isn't our oil. The oil, in fact, belongs to the Arabs and other Muslim nations on the Persian Gulf. Our military presence in Saudi Arabia is what most Muslims believe to be a sacred violation of holy land. The continuous bombing and embargo of Iraq has intensified the hatred and contributed to more than 1 million deaths in Iraq. It is clear that protecting certain oil interests and our presence in the Persian Gulf helps drive this holy war. Muslims see this as an invasion and domination by a foreign enemy which inspires radicalism. This is not new. This war, from their viewpoint, has been going on since the Crusades 1,000 years ago. We ignore this history at our own peril. The radicals react as some Americans might react if China dominated the Gulf of Mexico and had air bases in Texas and Florida. Dominating the Persian Gulf is not a benign activity. It has consequences. The attack on the USS Cole was a warning we ignored. Furthermore, our support for secular governments in the moderate Arab countries is interpreted by the radicals as more American control over their region that they want. There is no doubt that our policies that are seen by the radicals as favoring one faction over another in the long-lasting Middle East conflict adds to the distrust and hatred of America. The hatred has been suppressed because we are a powerful economic and military force and wield a lot of influence. But this suppressed hatred is now becoming more visible, and we as Americans, for the most part, are not even aware of how this could be. Americans have no animosity toward a people they hardly even know. Instead, our policies have been driven by the commercial interests of a few, and now the innocent suffer.
All right. I couldn't resist playing that tonight because, again, that was September 25th of 2001. And can you really argue with them? You know, and how much of that same kind of concept can we apply today with, like, the Ukraine, our withdrawal from Afghanistan, and now Afghanistan is taking back control of its opium fields and actually burning and banning a lot of them. So, and I remember even saying all along, like, they went after Afghanistan because of the opium. You know, we dominated the opium market, man, because we controlled Afghanistan and the whole fucking thing. You know, our military is maintained control of that. That's why opiates have become so cheap. Big Pharma made so much money because they were getting all these opioids thanks to our American forces in Afghanistan for 20 years. Well, now the Taliban is taking it back. They're burning all these fields. They view it as being the destruction of their society, and they want it gone. Like, whoa, okay. You know?
If you guys haven't seen
do you
know who Sean Ryan is? He's a former Navy SEAL, and he has a show on YouTube. It's called Vigilance Elite. And he interviews a Marine Corps that was a gentleman that lost his arm and his leg in that blast at Abbey Gate. And it's about a 4-hour interview. And I will tell you what we think we know about Afghanistan and that pullout, how bad we already know what a ridiculous mess it became. To hear this gentleman's story and what goes on with the Taliban, and yet the people in power in our politics want to side with these savages, slaughtering these people at that airport while these Marines had to stand by and stand down and watch it go on, and nobody has accountability for it to this day. And the worst part of it, the two people that they had eyes on through different factions of intelligence confirmed the young, cleanly shaven gentleman and his partner was an older guy with the towel wrap were cited. They were followed, and they were being tailed 6 months prior to this explosion at the airport. And they were told they weren't sure if they could take out the 15 minutes later, after 12 sets of eyes confirmed that these two were the ones and they could do it with the new sniper system they had, that bomb went off. And that guy got hit with 150 ball bearings and torn. He's lucky. I don't know how he's alive. It's unbelievable. It's the Marine Corps. My father, God bless his soul, he's turning over in his grave. The upper generals and 4-star officers that have left our military because of what's going on with this transgender bullshit and the dumbing down and the fattening of the kids coming in, and just to make it weak as a result of people losing their lives. And yet Joe Biden and these other Democrats make no attempt to show any remorse for something that they know hands-on is going on, and they knew about it. But yet you can't tell someone that these guys are snipers, a sniper unit, 8 guys that have one thing to take out a threat. They find it. And there's a sea of 10 or 20,000 people at this airport, and they're following them all day. They don't lose them until the fact that the ground commander comes in. They have a dispute because he doesn't know if they can take the shot. Well, why don't you know? Who knows? Send the guy that knows it. Because the people that were being refused their passports and being sent back by the CIA, they were trying to be vetted. When they got turned away by the Americans that they helped, the Taliban took control of them. They handed them over to them. They cut their throats right in front of them. They hit the ladies and the kids in the head with pipes right in front of these guys. One girl jumped into a thing away from them and tried to cut her throat right in front of them. I mean, and you know what? We're supposed to stand by and take this. These people are doing this to everybody all over the world, not just us. But the mentality of these savages needs to be returned. I believe that the ground underneath these bastards should open up right under them. And I yield.
Well, I get mad. But that's the ultimate failure, though. 20 years, and now not only are we back where we started, but it's even worse because they got $80 billion worth of equipment military, everything of every kind that was left behind. Like that's like the ultimate failure as well. It's like, well, not only, did we just throw away 20 years there, but now we just gave the enemy we fought for 20 years, the supposed enemy, and just handed over all of this equipment to them. Like, good move.
I just watched a video of a C-17 that the Taliban, I thought these guys couldn't fly planes and helicopters. Now, there's 2 videos I've seen in the past 6 months, but this latest one is a C-17 that's circling an airfield, and they're jumping up and down and celebrating as these guys are flying it until they end up turning over on its side. It goes up to about 90 degrees, and one wing goes up to about 12 o'clock. They're not saving that. It crashes. But they're flying the very planes that our government said are inoperable because they can't do it. Well, bullshit, yes, they are. I mean, it's ridiculous. What Joe Biden's done with this, and I believe it's the Zionists, the dual citizenship with Israel. Anybody who's got a dual citizenship in the United States government is a traitor to this country because you do not have 100% your heart and your beliefs in America if you've got an Israeli citizenship. I don't give a shit who you are. These people have funded all these weapons that go over to Afghanistan. They pulled out because they left them there because they are trying to tear down Ukraine to build the new Jerusalem, the Ukraine, the former Khazaria is going to be where this is all going to happen. They've got now the military, the material.
That's one of the things a lot of people hated Ron Paul for, because Ron Paul was like, cut off foreign aid. And yes, that means Israel too. They fucking hated him for that.
They're not our allies.
Cut off foreign funding, including Israel, and people are like, boo, boo, boo. Like, what? You're all for it except Israel. Why is Israel so special to be like the only exemption?
If the Iraq war was about controlling oil and having access over oil, why is the policy today to stop using oil?
Exactly. All that was they knew that Saddam Hussein was going to break away from the dollar bill. He had, just like Hitler was going to do, just like Gaddafi was going to do, just like Castro was going to do. All these countries that don't need the dollar bill, that have the backing of their own oil, their own minerals, they don't need the dollar bill. But when you tell the Rothschild family and the Crown, this corporation that we've been under, that you're going to break away from them, they start a war in your country, and they ruin you. They come in, you're the bad guy, and we've seen it time and time again. And you know what? The world's pissed off at us enough now that they started the BRICS Union. They're trying to get this together, where you have these countries. They're tired of our bullshit. They're going to turn on us. We are the bad guy that's hiding in the closet. The elephant in the room isn't the problem. It's the big, bad, nasty thing hiding in the closet. It's been us that we've been lied to. Everybody in the world knows the United States ain't no good. They're a bunch of evil, corrupt, lying, murderers.
It's because of this dysfunctional marriage with big corps, It's like, you passed legislation that benefits me, and I'll make sure that, your stock portfolio is padded nicely, that kind of thing.
This was all set up to be a money-driven. That's all this country was set up by Freemasons, and they're part of the Judaism, they're part of the cult at the highest levels. These people that worship the devil, or they do bad things with kids, with trafficking, all of it's all tied together. But this whole thing, the more I look into it and study it and research it, to find out that the new world, that's what they called this, and they were going to find a new world, and then the new world order was going to bring into their gain of money. This has just been a thing to do whatever they can do.
Oh, yeah. And us peasants have to justify our existence, That's the even better part of the plan. Us peasants, we have to justify it, I deserve to be fed and housed because I contribute to society by doing X, Y, and Z and making sure my social credit score is high and, all that kind of stuff. I laugh, but it's true. It's like that's where we're going. And people think that 9/11 is what ushered all this in. this sense that government is supposed to be our ultimate authority and protector. You know, government is supposed to be our Superman. You know, really, that's what it's like.
The protection
you know,
of the people.
And both
what's
parties
going on at the
do
border
it.
Right
you
now.
know, it's a power play all together.
If the people in this country don't wake up and understand that everything that they think that they have as a freedom or what they neglect every day, to realize, yes, we do have these things. Because at one point there were good people in the government, or at least we thought so, but somewhere along the line, a dollar bill got put in their pocket that was more important to them to have that extra dollar than it was to be a better person. That it's gotten so far out of control. If you think they give a shit about you, look at what they're doing to the border. They don't care who comes across, how many of them come across, what they're bringing, what they're doing. The people with the fentanyl think, oh, here's the drug crisis. People,
how many crimes they commit, you know, how many women they rape, how many people they beat up, finally arrested.
It's not, because it hasn't knocked on most of these people's front door or affected them directly in their lives daily, it's not that big of a deal because you hear from mainstream media none of the sorts. All you hear is about the crazy people like us to talk about the things that are happening in reality, because if you look into it and see it and you put yourself in a
Here's a question for you. Everybody else that's still on, and by the way, we got 9.5 minutes left of the live broadcast, so call in if you want to go into overtime with us, 563-999-3698. And I just got to say, 9/11 ties into this because we are in this state where it's by design. You know, this is all by design. Never before has the Federal Reserve increased interest rates 13 times in, 19 months. They've never had this much of an increase in such a short period of time ever. You know, it's just, and then they came out and they said that, when asked if they're going to raise it again this September, they're like, no, because unemployment increased and new available jobs decreased. And so that we don't need to raise interest rates because that's what we need. In order to lower inflation, they need higher unemployment rates. Isn't that the fucking kicker? That's the theory that they're fucking going on.
And
it makes perfect sense, right? We need higher unemployment and lower job availability in order to offset inflation. That's their fucking theory, and they're sticking to it.
The second virus is coming to lockdowns now. You want unemployment? They're going to get it, they think.
Here we go.
That's exactly what they want. Unemployment.
How fucking gullible are people? Can we do this to them again? Let's experiment, shall we? Like our government has never experimented on its people before. You know? They have a really fucking great track record when it comes to experimenting on their own people, our U.S. government. I mean, come on now.
Hey, what else? I mean, what do you expect? I mean, you still see people driving around with these fucking masks on their face. If anybody's out there that does that, let me explain something to you. Find out who the manufacturer of that mask is that you're wearing, number one. And I want you to do some research and look into that company and find out how many parts per million that breaks down. Because basically what you're going to find out through any type of transaction like that for a sickness is like trying to catch a fucking golf ball with a hula hoop. It don't happen. You're catching mosquitoes with a chain link fence. It's ignorant. You're killing yourself. That's what they want you to do. They want you to put this thing on your head, keep it around your mouth. They don't want anybody to be able to talk and look at each other and have any type of communication like young children watching others when you talk. When you watch someone talk and their mouth move, your mind does a lot of things, and it can process that. But when you don't, you cover it up, and you inhale your own CO2, you're dumbing yourself down even farther. So what you probably should do is keep that mask on, go straight home, open up the garage door, get your garden hose out, stick it straight up your exhaust pipe, stick it in the window of your car, roll it up, and sit there and talk about all the good things you would do wearing that mask. Because that's what you're doing to yourself. You're killing yourself. It's awful. It's proven it doesn't work.
Exactly.
The companies never back them.
You know,
but yet
you really don't need to be wearing a mask. Like, breathing in your own bacteria, stuff like that. It's like mask wearing was tied to a lot of the deaths. All the deaths that were COVID-19 classified were really like bacterial pneumonia.
About the
bacterial infections of the respiratory system was like the primary factor in the death because they got so goddamn sick. Why? Because they kept breathing in their own shit. They keep wearing the same mask over and over again,
That's right.
and breathing in all the shit, and then they get bacterial pneumonia. And that's what they die from. Oh, but they tested positive for COVID too, so that's a COVID death.
Well, they proved that they send some of them stupid-ass testing kits that they stick up your nose. And then, let me tell you something. I was a boxer for a while, and I got punched in the nose a couple times. That's probably why I'm half stupid. But here's one thing to think about. Anytime somebody wants to stick something up your nose that's longer than your finger, you got a problem. Because if they're sticking that up to the center of your brain just about, that's exactly how far that – I think it goes almost 6 inches up in your nasal cavity. That's not very good.
And it sheds. It's made to shed. It's made to shed the little microparticles right in your blood-brain barrier. Yeah. I have never once had a swab test for COVID.
No.
I refuse. If there's any test I will get, all right, take a prick of my finger for my blood and test me for antibodies.
That's right.
That's the only test I will submit to, if I have antibodies to it or not. That'll mean that either that I was exposed to it and I have antibodies for it.
That is
that's
the
it.
best way.
That's all it proves.
Push this on these kids. And big
doesn't
shout out
prove that I'm sick. It just proves I got antibodies, and I'm not fucking sick. So fuck you.
Tell these kids, tell people your kids need shots. The younger the child, the more advanced and strong their immune system is. Regardless if they're young and it's developing, but it has to fight everything that's bad. Not some bullshit some jerk-off named Dr. Fauci, the bridge troll, makes up in a lab with these rats and whatever because they want to try and make somebody sick because they tried to make the vaccine to sell them to make them better. That's the whole thing behind it. People,
but that's been what Rand Paul, Ron Paul's son Rand in Senate, and he keeps attacking Fauci, and that's what he's getting to, is that, the COVID vaccine was around. There was a patent for it years before and the funding for gain of function to increase something about a strain of COVID,
it's possibly going to get worse. They want to stop it before
bioengineer it to be more transmittable, get people more sick, whatever. That's what they were designing it for. And, that's what he's getting at. It's like, guess what? You say you didn't fund it. Well, you fucking signed off for the funding for this goddamn lab in China to develop a more virulent form of COVID, and then it got out.
That whole situation just took a real turn for the worse in the South direction, because if you haven't heard yet, in Fresno, California, they found in that little city, it's not little, Fresno's pretty big, an actual company owned by China,
illegal biolab, funded by a Chinese
company.
All
kinds of dead animals, rats. They had all kinds of blood, violence. I mean, it was actually.
I believe it had something like 18 different types of COVID virus that it was experimenting on.
They were trying to link. You see these people.
All kinds of shit.
Right in a community that your city council knows they're going to do this work because they have to provide them with health care or documentation of some sort to some point. They go in there fucking right mind doesn't look at the house next door, the place next door that's going up, and see nothing but people going like that in and out of there? But then to see these rats, there were supposedly 2,000 of them, 800 still alive, the rest all dead laying around.
Yeah, it was originally like reported by neighbors because they're like, hey, this is a health hazard. There's like rats and it stinks, and so this needs to be checked out, like whatever the hell they're doing over there, you know, and then that's where it was found, like properly stored, like bacterial, fungal, viral, you know, samples of all kinds of different shit that wasn't being handled properly or refrigerated properly. And that's like what the downfall. That's how it got busted. So like how many more of those are out there that just haven't been found, you know?
We're talking about somewhere in California, of all places, it has rolling blackouts, nothing but problems, people shitting in the street. They have no sanitary situation anywhere, it seems like, out there. Everything out there is bad. But, I mean, this gain of function thing that started with Fauci back at AIDS, and people don't even realize that that guy was hands-on involved with that being distributed in San Francisco and New York to gay clubs because they had the vaccine for that, you know. It's amazing that guy's name comes up all over the place, and he's still walking around.
Even better, tying it to 9/11. Remember, right after 9/11 came the anthrax attacks. So, of course, Anthony Fauci comes on the scene then, too. Look it up.
And Bill Gates. I live next to a waterlands project. What do they call it? Wetlands project. It's basically the Everglades in Ohio that they've conjured up, and I got mosquitoes that look like small birds. It pisses me off. I watched this thing where Bill Gates takes a jar and he's talking to a forum in a big college.
One of the reasons why I left Minnesota.
That son of a
fucking
bitch
weaponized fucking mosquitoes in Minnesota.
Yes, that's what he just did. He just released 30 million mosquitoes that have malaria so that people can get bit by the mosquito to build up the immune, to the tolerance for malaria, which, just in case Bill Gates didn't fucking already know here if he's listening.
And they supposedly cannot reproduce.
For 20 years. In 20 years in America.
That's how we're supposed to think that it's safe, by the way. We're supposed to think that that's to do because they're made not to be able to reproduce. And it's like, did we not learn anything from fucking Jurassic Park? Nature finds a way.
That's the thing. That's the propaganda that puts your mindset that it's going to be okay and you can handle it because you see it on the big screen. It's going to be okay. But what does Bill Gates do in this lecture he's giving? He's got a mason jar with these very mosquitoes he's engineered to have malaria in. He opens the fucking top on it. And they fly out, and he goes, there's no sense in all the poor people having all the fun. I would have got out of my chair, and Bill Gates would have looked like Stephen Hawking when I was done. I swear to God, he let him go in the room, and nobody said a goddamn word. Not a word. But he's going to give you malaria, which in the United States hasn't had an outbreak in over 20 years. Now 2 states have it.
And then where does it happen? In fucking Florida. And all of a sudden there's an outbreak in Florida. Yeah, that was not too long ago. Like, what?
Why don't they have that guy in front of the Supreme Court? Why ain't that guy getting some attention where you can't do, hey, Bill, come here, buddy. Put your arm around him as you want to just choke him to death and say, you can't stick something in a bug and turn it on the people. It doesn't look good. You know, Bill? Maybe you ought to go back to working on computers and be a programmer.
Speaking of mosquitoes, if you want something that is natural that repels mosquitoes, organic, raw rosemary oil and neem oil. A little bit of that. A little goes a long way. Seriously, they do not like either one of those things.
I'm writing that shit down because I'm going to go 255 pounds tomorrow.
Yeah.
I'll have chemtrails of my own going all over here because I'm spraying that shit all over the block. They're awful. I mean, they're black too. They're black. They're not like they're little, but they're thick and black. But they don't look normal. And does anybody else have any problem with their trees or frogs in their area? Because my trees look like they have an algae growing up the bark. It almost looks like cancer on a tree, and it's everywhere in Ohio now, everywhere. And I don't hear any frogs.
Wow.
I don't see any frogs. And that's the only thing that kills mosquitoes that I know of, or eats them. The majority of them. Birds, maybe.
Are you anywhere within, say, a 200-mile radius of where that plane derailment was?
Oh,
that leaked all that toxic shit
minutes,
into the air and stuff?
Mm-hmm.
Waterways?
Yeah, 45 minutes away from it. Yeah, them people down there, that's a whole nother, that's just a staging area for a distraction because,
Not that I'm trying to correlate or anything.
Here's another thing. I can tell you, Ryan, he's in the military. We had a train derailment. I can't remember.
No, I'm not putting any dots together at all, FBI or CIA.
Right. What about all the train that went down with the ammonium nitrate that had like 80 tons of it come up missing? That was, I think, it was in the Midwest somewhere. But that happened like 6 months ago, I want to say. I can't remember when. But that was a big deal because that was a lot of ammonium nitrate. Basically, what blew up the federal building was Timmy McVeigh. It was whoever set him up and did that conspiracy bullshit down there with that one Looney Tune dude. One guy did that, my ass. But how about when you take ammonium nitrate? Here's a good one, and you throw it into your normal air, and it disperses, and it's like baby powder. It is so volatile and can burn so fast, you couldn't do anything about it. That shit comes up missing, and we're talking train cars full of it. You have Hawaii, again, another thing for Hawaii that goes up in flames, like a tinderbox. Direct energy weapon, absolutely.
Exactly. Almost like a powdery accelerant was sprinkled all over the fucking area, and then that's why it's like lighting matches. When like okay, we know the fire's coming. Let's spray it with all this shit, and we'll scare certain buildings.
And
I laugh, but it's like it's so obvious. It's like if you look at the footage, like there's people that have released footage like before they locked everything down so much, they were like taking their drones and going over the area and this raw footage that hasn't been edited, and they're just like fucking live streaming it. Like, here's my goddamn drone. It's flying over. I haven't gotten busted yet, like.
Did you see the guy on the bicycle one he did?
Kind of shit like that. Like, it's all over the place. And it's like, yeah.
Yeah, the bicycle guy was crazy, too, because he was, like, right afterwards, and he's like, this is raw and uncut. And I thought to myself, what? I've seen a fire before where we had a drought in Ohio where on 4th of July they put a ban on fireworks. And I saw why, because one of the apartment complexes had a pretty good, like about 100 by 100 area of grass, and everything else around it was a street. Some kid went out there and lit off a firework, and I watched it look like somebody pulled the curtains open. It's a big show, and the fire went, and it took it about 13 seconds to burn up that entire patch of grass, and like that. And I said, holy shit. Now, you got these guys doing that in Hawaii, but they put up a big black curtain so nobody can see in there now. And they give these families $700. Yet they'll give these sons of bitches coming across the border $2,200.
Yeah.
Hawaii's
Isn't that the sad part?
Hawaii's got a bad taste in smell. They wanted to be, I think, secede from the states for some time now with the shit that's been going on with them.
I mean, people, like, I can't help but think of Jon Stewart, and he has fought for trying to get the families and victims of 9/11, the firefighters, the first responders, the people that are fighting like all these fucking health conditions, because I don't know, they were there, breathing in all this debris and fiery shit and trying to help people, and
now they all got
the
cancer.
Government is fucking them over left and right with their health care, and Jon Stewart's been leading a fight to, fund these families, fund these people, like that they screwed up their whole lives. Like, treat them, they should be treated like veterans. Really, they should be treated like veterans, these first responders that are suffering the effects of that attack.
My father's a veteran, and he had Agent Orange. So on that note, don't treat them like the veterans that had Agent Orange from Vietnam that our own goddamn government decided to spray on these guys. If they're going to spray a chemical like that on something, you don't do it on people if you got any goddamn compassion or any dignity for humanity, period. You don't. I don't care who.
Exactly.
I mean, war is war. But this whole thing goes back, and I hate to say it, to World War II, and I've read a bunch of things about the bombing of Dresden. What the British and Americans did to that city, regardless it was German, but it was a cultural museum. Everything there was just like where you're painting. It was just something different, and they made it a point to burn it. Where people were talking about the people who were in the basement
a non-military target. When it's official war, you do not purposely bomb residential areas. You only bomb military targets. The airfields or their ports or government buildings. But you don't target heavily, civilian areas. That's just like one of those, things. There's no strategic value in that.
And until I think that all these other countries had America doing exactly what we're talking about, coming into your country, saying you have weapons of mass destruction, slaughtering people, and they eventually turn to hide behind those. You've seen it in Ukraine where you have the Azov Battalion, the Nazis, the true Nazis that are hiding inside hospitals, nurseries, the general public, trying to conceal themselves, yet you can't engage them in war. You and I don't want to engage them in war. You want to go in and drag them out by their hair and beat the hell out of them in the street or do whatever you got to do, but you don't want to affect the people that aren't directly pointing a gun at you, you think. But yet, every time we go to war, which I don't even think, don't the spoils of war usually get something after war? Don't you take something? Isn't that the whole purpose of war? You conquer something, you take something. You write history, and the books read what you wrote. Whether it's right or wrong,
does anybody remember Obama? Obama is the one that authorized the strike on the U.S. citizen, but Arab kid. What was he, 16, 17? And ordered the strike to kill him.
To me, I just don't understand where the people have got to stand up and start to. What is it going to take for America? A lot of it. What is it going to take for everybody to if we could talk and let everybody hear us, and they could see the other information that's out there about all the atrocities that happen. I'm not saying we're wrong 100% on things, but a lot of times we're wrong and we're in places we shouldn't be. We shouldn't be fucking around in Ukraine because just like in Iraq and Israel, those people have been fighting a holy war from the time that they were kicking dirt. You're not going to stop it. You're not going to shove democracy down somebody's throat that doesn't want democracy, because it ends up turning into communism. Communism ends up turning into the shit that you're seeing now where these people are brainwashed to think it's okay until the backside of it happens to come and invite you into their little dinner party where you don't get to eat and you don't get to do anything but what you're told. You're going to eat bugs and you're going to like it, like they say. People need to 100%.
Yeah, and I mean, you got to think about it. Like, we have a president right now that is so feeble-minded. And if you remember back in the Bush Jr. days, where, like, even before 9/11, people did not like him, really. They really didn't.
Not.
They knew he was a liar. They knew he was a buffoon. He's the one that's like, you fool me once and, I don't know, fool me twice. I mean, like, Bush Jr. pulled Biden's all the time. People forget that.
Before it's all said and
Bush
done,
Jr. had a garbled brain, and he's not even as old.
Right.
But, yeah, and Biden's doing the same kind of stuff, only worse.
Yep. I hope we find out how soon in his career he started his bullshit. That actually, so people, I hope it actually comes to light to see that Joe Biden's been in the corrupt business of top politics because he doesn't have any other business, but yet he's got millions of dollars, homes worth millions of dollars. If you do the math, it doesn't add up. And then
Biden?
When did he finally go to bed with China?
What was Biden's part in the Patriot Act? Because he was a senator at the time. I'm pretty sure Biden probably has played a part in writing the Patriot Act and, of course, passing it.
Yes, and actually
just
probably
like the crime bill.
Direction probably from legitimate Xi Jinping type informants or whatever what they need out of him to provide for them, so that they can listen to whatever they can get. Joe Biden's done this for a long time, and I hope. I mean, it's sad to see an old man at that point in his life that his family hasn't said, "Hey, man, you need to let's shut this down. You're on the backside of everything happening. Write out the rest of your life, not worrying about Donald Trump and everybody else and all the bullshit. Let's live, see our grandkids." But no, what? They're so stuck up power, they got to have it. He's going to think he's going to run for president. He's going to be 86 if he wins. Give me a break. The son of a bitch can't even put together a sentence.
Do you really want effectively a Dianne Feinstein in the White House that can barely function?
Back, yeah.
You know,
right.
like that's Biden.
Pelosi's
that's how he's getting. He was literally cut off. He was like talking to like some fucking cadets or something in a press conference, and he was literally cut off and walked off the stage because he just, you know, he just couldn't hold it together.
Fucking riding around on bicycles, falling off of them, and he's shaking hands with nobody in there, and he's talking to Easter Bunny. I mean, falling down steps. I mean, this is either the biggest hope.
But yeah, we need to reelect this guy. Like what?
Right.
You know, remember Reagan? You know, Reagan had Alzheimer's. You know, and it's like everybody was like, "Well, thank God he's not up for reelection because you know he's done his 8-year stint." You know, because even Reagan, like it became obvious that his Alzheimer's was taking effect in his later years in his presidency. And now it's like, here we have Biden. It's like, and you really want to reelect this guy when it's so obvious that, you know, he is in advanced dementia and cannot run this country. It's just not. But the only thing keeping him in office was because one smart thing he did was have Kamala Harris as a vice presidential pick. Because fucking nobody wants a Kamala Harris as president. Nobody. No. The whole Democrat Party, the Republican Party, that's the one fucking thing they agree on. No, we do not want Kamala Harris as president. No way.
Joe Biden was very, very well coachable. And what he was going to do is they had the power of the pen. Whatever they told him to sign, he's fucking signing. That's all there is to it. He don't give a shit. He's worried about his banana pudding pop and changing his depends. Now, let me run this by you. This is going to shake a lot of people to the core with the Trump Make America Great Again. I hate to inform people that in 2017, and you can look it up, I won't talk about something I'm not certain of. Donald Trump accepted Judaism as his religion, denounced Christianity, and that's a problem. That's a very, very big problem because not only did that happen in 2017 and it was kept under wraps, and it happened in the White House. The main thing is he just had with Netanyahu, the Torah, the Crown of Torah. You know what that is? Talking to myself. Son of a bitch.
I recognize the term. I know it's like one of the original versions of Judaism philosophy that most,
the Crown of
Torah,
they gave him. Donald Trump received the Crown of Torah. But the comments made in this meeting between Trump and Yahoo said, why don't you basically denounce your American citizenship? You're 99% certain to be elected over here as prime minister because the people love you for everything that you've done for Israel because you are Israel's biggest fan. And you can avoid any law or court appearances because they cannot extradite you, Israel, to America if you did so. So now Donald Trump has the religion of the very people, this cabal, backed child pedophilia, and people can say whatever they want. Judaism has the Noahide laws under it, which Donald Trump also signed.
In other words, that's how they got him by the balls.
They got him by the balls.
They got Trump by the balls.
Yep. And he's laying in bed with them. He's just saying the things that need to be said to keep America from burning, from all of us turning a January 6th into a true insurrection. That's what is going on. They are pushing the agenda to drag us along far enough that they can lock us down, implement martial law, some type of whatever, take every gun that they can take because they know that we have them and that we're going to fight. There's going to be a lot of us to fight. There's going to be a lot of people that have guns. They're just going to turn them over, too, because they're sheeple. Donald Trump trained left town in 2017 as far as I'm concerned, because if you believe in Judaism and you know what goes on with that, it's Kabbalist, it's evil, it's not Christianity. And when they say Judeo-Christian moral beliefs, you can't have that. If you listen to rabbis and other preachers that talk about true Christianity and Judaism are opposite. How they've spun this up to be a Judeo-Christian, that's because the people behind this, the synagogue of Satan, the people that claim to be Jewish that are not Jewish, that the Bible and Revelation speaks of, says they are from the synagogue of Satan. They will claim to be Jews and they're not. They wanted this to happen. Now they got Trump involved. Trump kids, all his kids except Barron, the youngest, are married. All his grandkids are now accepted under the Judaism faith. And it's sad because I really don't think that they even know.
Well, yeah, and you know, I'm libertarian. I have never voted for Trump.
Big
and
virus.
I would.
Yeah, big hoaxvirus.com. RighteousArmy.com calls in.
We just hosted an event, and there's hints that she might get a VP nod.
People have got to see
that
that
would make
because
me
it tells you what's going on with these people, the Bolshevik Revolution, the slaughter of almost 60 to now they're claiming up to maybe 100 million people in between World War I and World War II, Christians and Protestants slaughtered by the Bolsheviks, who actually took over Russia. They were from the Ukrainian Khazar area. That they hate Christians, yet they want you to be the communist Judaist studying that stuff. And when they say that that's what's going on in our government,
and
these people, that's what they believe in.
And fooling you.
They believe
well,
in hell.
I remember reading way back when, throughout history, you know, we're not talking about actual, real, historical Jews. We're talking about this de facto section that broke off.
It says in every other Bible,
in history.
Every other form of religion.
There was a group of them that were evil.
Christ.
And they were banished, and so they changed their names and
his better or evil half. They were the yin and yang of everything. And when they tossed him out of heaven for the shit he was pulling, how that happened, those people decided to spit in the face of Jesus and turn their back on him. And he said, "You will burn. You will either follow my Father's words, or you will burn in hell." And that's where they're at now. And that's what they're pushing on everybody. And for them to have that religious stranglehold over America it's not one world order. It's not a government world order. This is religion. 100%, all religion.
Exactly, yeah. And I mean, in Israel, they're a profitable country. They, they have they have their own funds. They can, we don't have to be, mommy and daddy anymore to them. That time has come to pass. They, they stand on their own 2 feet. And they're not dependent on us anymore. So why keep feeding them?
And that Swabby Wobby guy, he says, he believes that there will be a time that comes that Israel will say, "We no longer need your money." Are you out of your fucking mind? Who in their right mind has got that much money and power is going to tell people they're giving them power and money, "Oh, you don't have to give us anymore. We're good. We're good on that."
You guys can build yours back up now. We don't need your money. Bullshit. They're going to keep giving them the money because that's their safe haven. That's where these people are going to turn and run to when they shit all over us, and we are the doormat to a broken country that's going to have broken values and morals like they're doing to us now with the transgender and everything, the OBG, ABCs, whatever you want to be, lop it off of me, tell your kids you can be a cat.
Well, you know, what most people don't realize is there's an ever-growing population of people that are in Israel that keep trying to protest their government for all the stuff that we're talking about. They're like, you know, our government is evil, you know. They're doing this stuff, and we don't agree with it. And, you know, those people are obviously silenced in the media, if not, you know, conveniently bulldozed over or something. You know, like that stuff happens.
1978, they recognized Israel as a country for the Jews. At that time, there was only 70,000 of them to over 400 to 500,000 Palestinians that were displaced, disregarded, and told they don't matter. All this time, these people have fought with sticks, rocks. They are people that are legitimately had their homeland taken. They've been pushed back, pushed back, pushed back. They're annexing everything. And you wonder how we can fund Israel like we do. These people have military-type weapons, and yet they're being held off by people with sticks and stones to a point. They're not God's people. Who do you think's looking over those people? If they could have the power, like Putin could go in and just smash Ukraine to pieces in a day, turn it into an airport. But he doesn't because somebody's watching over the good people that are actually out there. And that's how that's happening. And anybody that says that Palestinians
I see a Skype member raising their hand. Not sure how long this person's been holding, so I'll throw it on. Actually, I probably should unmute everybody that's in right now, actually, because we are well into overtime, and who knows, if I don't unmute you, I might, you know, lose ability to. So I brought in Skype number. Who do we got? Hello? 111-111.
I'm sorry, I had myself muted as usual. So I wouldn't make any noises.
Hey, Zard.
Hey, how you doing? Sorry to miss most of the show. I really wanted to catch it because in 9/11, I really want to hear what you guys had to say about it. But I would like to add something to it. I don't know if you covered it or not. And I think it has to do with the idea as to whether 9/11 intelligence failure or deliberate cock-up in order to institute something more sinister. But intelligence failures in American history have not been that uncommon. If you want to go back to the Spanish-American War, the battleship Maine blowing up, where they tried to say it was a Spanish act of sabotage, it was probably a coal bunker explosion, but it got us into the Spanish-American War. If you want to talk about, of course, Pearl Harbor, everyone's been arguing about that. But there was another one, Ardennes offensive. They completely missed the German preparations for the Ardennes offensive, which were extensive, and the Germans achieved complete surprise. That was a complete intelligence failure. The intervention of the Chinese into the Korean War in 1950, another complete failure and an utter disaster as a result of it. And, of course, the Tet Offensive during White. But all of those were military intelligence failures. What was particularly nasty about 9/11 was the fact that it was so damn political. There was so much politics and so much
there were drills going on at the time. Vigilant Guardian. It was drills going on in New York and Washington. Like, it was a drill, and that's why when, look up Vigilant Guardian. That's why there was so much confusion, because thought it was the part of the drill. They didn't think it was actually real. That's part of the failure. But I think by design, because it couldn't have been better fucking timing. You know, if you were going to plan attacks using commercial airliners in New York and Washington, D.C. and stuff like that, what better time would there be when you know that there's already going to be a joint military exercise covering like that scenario among others, you know, the training exercise.
Well,
and that led to the
what-
confusion.
2,000 Israelis.
They're like, is this a drill?
Stay
You know,
home.
like, is this really real? You know, they thought it was a fucking drill. You know, look it up, man. It's like, it's like crazy. Vigilant Guardian, it was going on at the time, that day.
Well, I kind of think what's a little more dispositive is the fact that, okay, I got two theories on it. The whole thing was deliberately either discovered and ignored in order to provide a pretext for more control over us, get the Patriot Act passed, and a whole lot of other things. That's something I think about. On the other hand, I think about the fact that that horrible woman, Jamie Gorelick, acting on the Clinton administration's behalf, put up walls of separation to prevent investigators from discovering the corrupt ties that Bill Clinton had with foreign entities that were making illegal campaign contributions to his presidential campaigns, and resultantly, it helped to contribute cascading serious errors that led to an intelligence affair. I'm of a mind to think it could be either or both. So, I mean, I'm kind of deciding, you know, what it could be exactly. Because, look, there's solid evidence on both sides of the argument, as far as I'm concerned. So I ain't made up my mind about it yet. All I know is that something funky went down. And I hope in time, Bill will.
I'm going to quote you on that. All I know is something funky went down. It starts like, it sounds like an intro to a song.
Truly.
All I know is something funky went down.
I got a real hot, wait a minute, I got a real hot tidbit for you. I don't know if y'all have heard this yet, but it's about Enrico Tarrio, the Proud Boys leader, who got sentenced to 22 years in the joint. Have you heard what he's saying? He has said that the Justice Department pressured him to falsely tie Trump to January 6th in the form of fomenting and directing the insurrection in exchange for a plea bargain. This is what he said on Saturday. I'm quoting from what the newspaper report said. Quote, they asked me to lie about President Trump in order to indict him. I told them to pound sand, and because I refused to lie about President Trump, it cost me 22 years of my life. Truth is, been home. Could have been home a long time ago. I could be in my warm-ass bed right now, laughing in the world without a problem. And all I had to do in order to do that was lie about Trump. All I had to do was confirm a lie. He says this further. He goes on to further say, the DOJ tried to coerce him.
I believe every word of it. Absolutely.
But here's what he said. He said they tried to coerce him into signing a false statement that will implicate Trump by his swearing that, quote, through several degrees of separation and connections, Tarrio had communicated with Trump regarding plans for January 6th, unquote. So, you know, he said it on Twitter Space on Friday night, and he says the two names of the Biden officials involved in the coercion were Department of Justice lead prosecutor Jocelyn Ballantyne and Assistant U.S. Attorney Jason McCullough, both of whom were involved in the Russiagate conspiracy against Trump to some degree. Now, I hope somebody follows up on this, see if there's any legs. I'm not going to say it's true. I'm an evidence-driven guy. I got to have evidence, but this is certainly something that warrants investigation. Somebody needs to start looking, because I believe it's likely. Let's put it that way. After all I've seen them do to Donald Trump, the lies I already know they spread about Donald Trump. Adam Schiff's lies, the Russia collusion lies, FISA warrant lies, everything they've done to Donald Trump. To do impeachments, I don't have a moment's doubt that this could be true.
On every level, people have lied. Every level. Every single level they've lied. Lie.
53 intelligence officers with their letter about Hunter Biden's laptop has all the hallmarks of Russian disinformation. Man, I don't believe a damn thing this government says without 1,000% proof of evidence of it. I completely distrust this government right now.
And you know what, Sarge? They all distrust each other so much. So much that they let each other lie and their own agenda against their own people, their own ones that they're going to tell a lie about. They are so hungry for the power that they'll turn on each other, and they can't even get their own fucking lies straight to put the one guy that they're all trying to lie about, get their stories all together and have that happen. And, in some type of coordination, yet they all have a different angle they're coming at, thinking that they're going to get more than the other ones. They're eating themselves alive, and they say they do it from the beginning.
Well, I got some more tidbits for you regarding Mr. Terry. Listen to this.
And as I said before, I'm going to bring on Cinnamon. I'm going to do a shout-out to Cinnamon. I'm going to unmute you. You can stay unmuted on your end, but I want to unmute you on my end before I lose the ability to. So I am unmuting Cinnamon. And then there's another Skype caller. Maybe it's John Doe. I don't know who else. But I'm unmuting you as well. Just stay muted on your end and chime in when you want to. But I just don't want to lose the ability to, which I know I will soon. So, okay, everybody that's in the switchboard is unmuted.
There's something else that's really interesting about the story about Terry. Jocelyn Valentine was a Department of Justice attorney. She was on Michael Flynn's prosecution, General Michael Flynn's prosecution. The Department of Justice admitted altering evidence in Flynn's case. As we know, the government eventually dropped the case against Flynn. Valentine was caught lying during a DOJ investigation struck in McCabe. She still got a job as a top official in Merrick Garland's DOJ. Jason McCullough urged jurors to convict the Proud Boys of seditious conspiracy. Terrio was not even present for the events at the Capitol because he was arrested and detained 2 days ago. He wasn't even in the Capitol grounds whatsoever. But Judge Tim Kelly said that Terrio, as leader of the Proud Boys, was responsible for the conduct of the other Proud Boy members who were at the Capitol. This whole thing stinks to me.
Yeah, he's responsible for everybody else's behavior. But wasn't he shown on video that initially wasn't presented that he was like trying to hold people back? Like he's like, no, don't do this, and trying to hold some of the people back.
Yeah, that was.
But that footage wasn't shown in his trial.
Yeah, Jacob Chensley did. They got him on video telling people to obey the police. The police are here to protect us. You should obey them and cooperate. Yeah, they got him on tape. They still went and convicted the guy, even when he was being led around the Capitol by 2 police officers after being admitted freely when they opened all the doors on for him to walk in. It's like facts didn't matter. They were determined to get a conviction, and they got the juries who would get them their conviction, come hell or high water, and that's easy as hell to do in Washington. I just hope Trump gets elected.
That is no lie. That is no lie, because who could afford to fight it, But you know what? In a situation like that, I would not declare myself guilty. I would not take a plea. If I am not guilty, if I'm guilty, then fine, yes, I'll fucking admit to it. But if I am not guilty, then I am going to maintain my innocence no matter what, even if I'm, sentenced to 30 fucking years. So long as I never take a deal, so long as I never admit to guilt, I can, work for an acquittal. I can continue to look for new evidence to exonerate me, and that kind of thing. But people, they do that all the time. They can't afford, they can't afford to fight it. They can't find an attorney, blah, blah, blah. And even if you do get a state-appointed attorney, what does that state-appointed attorney do? They pressure you into admitting guilt when you're not guilty. Even coming from your public defender. That's a conflict of interest,
According to Enrique Terrio, the Department of Justice attorneys were suborning perjury. It wasn't just trying to get him to agree to a plea deal. They were getting him to agree to a plea deal provided he committed perjury with their encouragement, according to Terrio. Now, if that is true, they committed a crime, a felony, an ethical violation. It's more than just trying to get a plea deal, a corrupt plea deal. They actually encouraged Terrio to commit a crime if what Terrio says is true. And they're officers of the court.
Yeah,
Don't get much worse
isn't
than
that obstruction of justice? It's not
it's
like
subordination of perjury, obstruction of justice, you name it. I could stack about 5 or 6 charges if what he says is true.
Unreal.
And I'm prepared to believe it because they're so goddamn corrupt.
Yeah, it's hard to find an honest judge. Honestly, a really actually good judge that it's like, okay, you get it, you get what your responsibility is, that kind of thing.
Well, there are questions to be raised because the question has to be asked, why didn't he raise this issue early? Why didn't his defense counsel raise it? Was it raised? I'm curious to know why you'd be waiting to now to say that. And I would, if I'm doing an investigation, I'd have to have an answer to that too. But I'm prepared to believe that
there's a whole other list of laws that people are following that they just don't. The things that we would know, previous laws that people will be held accountable for, the stuff that they commit now, they don't even face charges for. So I want to see this new goddamn book and what I can and can't do, by God.
Whatever it is, I'll tell you what you can and can't do. Thou shalt not offend the regime. That's all you need to know. Obey and do not offend the regime. Now, you don't need to read no book.
Pledge allegiance to it.
And there is another rule here on my show. You shall not insult me.
Okay, I'll put that in asterisk on the side.
I am the demigod here.
I would never, ever let anybody ever do that to me on my show ever. If they never insulted me, I think I wasn't doing my goddamn job right. So there you go.
Yes, Your Majesty.
It's just my opinion.
Is it me?
Well, if I'm worthy of it, that's one thing. But, if I just, make an innocent comment and somebody, comes in and takes it and runs with it like a fucking psychotic,
Well, I have been accused of being very fucking anal about things, and people have said that about me, that I'm anal. So, yes, I am very much, exclusively anal. The truth is the truth, you know what I mean? Judges are honest, lawyers are honest. I'm one of Biden's biggest backers. I love Joe Biden. I do. I love him. And Hunter is innocent. There ain't another fucking thing he ever done wrong. He's a good boy. He really is. I'm really proud of him.
So, boy, whatever you're drinking on.
Yeah, for a stupid purse dog kind of level smart.
Well, Sarge, I'm trying to keep from getting murdered by the FBI and the DOJ. You know what I'm saying? I'm trying to keep myself alive for a minute, even though we all know that ain't true for me. I mean, check out the name of my fucking show. If you listen to the name of my fucking show, that pretty much explains who I am. One, I am crazy. I am nuts. I'm out of my fucking mind. And that's that. But the point being,
I appreciate all of you that take the risk of associating with me.
I'm still speaking to my lawyers.
Yeah, you should be all right. You don't know any better. I'm such a mastermind. I get you all to listen to my show and plot evil schemes like taking our freedom back and having voter integrity and shit like that.
Freedom? What's that? What is freedom? I've never seen such a thing. What is that?
Limiting government, exposing the lie that is, 95% of us don't actually owe the income tax, but we've been lied to, and every time we sign a W-9, we're committing under perjury that we understand that the income tax applies to us, even though it doesn't, and even though we've never actually read the fucking laws on it, and therefore that's why we don't know, and that's why it's a scam.
Laws. All I know is corporate rules.
You're not going to live long enough to be able to read all those regulations anyway. If you started today, you wouldn't live long enough to get through.
Yeah, like there's a whole fucking like library for tax code. Like it needs its own separate building like that.
It does. It's called the IRS.
That's right.
Exactly.
Whole damn way.
Yeah.
Library of Congress just on tax law.
Takes up a whole fucking floor of a building.
Library.
All of these fucking
Wasn't that Obama? Library?
You know.
Yeah, Library Sotero.
But we're supposed to know that. Like we're supposed to totally understand it, all of it. Yes.
Yes, you are. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. You know,
exactly.
You're supposed to be taught this in
even though
fucking
we
law
don't have
101
access to this huge ass
library
and every tax code
so
there
they
is.
can get you up on something. They got so many laws, you're going to run afoul of one of them and not even know you
fuck
are.
It. I got to smoke some weed. Give me a minute. I'll be right back. I got to get high.
Oh, I already did. Once the live show ended, it's like weed time. You know.
I got to get fucking ripstone before I start a show. I can't even tolerate myself, let alone my guests.
The type of stuff that I am smoking is called Apple Spaz. Apple Spaz.
Mine is called Labrador.
Sativa hybrid, mostly indica, and it is 30.34% THC, 0.08% CBD.
Well, mine's Labrador. My dog ate my stash. My dog ate my stash, man.
You're smoking Labrador, man.
You know, I had it found around with a baggie for 3 days, man.
You mean
before I got
we're
it
smoking
back.
dog shit?
It really blew the dog's mind, man. Oh, you mean we're smoking dog shit, man?
I followed
yeah,
him
man. I
for
think
3
it's even
days.
better than before. Well, gee, man, I never smoked dog shit before, man.
Oh my God, I'm freaking out, man. I'm freaking out this dog shit, man.
Mellow out, man. Mellow out. You take some of these. Oh, don't take none of those, man.
You lost your mind then.
You took the most LSD I've ever seen anybody take.
Oh, no, man. I don't take no LSDs, man. That's some guys holding on there like pumpkins, man. Ooh, yeah. No, hold on,
Are you
man.
surprised that I know of this Cheech and Chong skit? Are you surprised you threw that out there and you wanted to see if I would pick up on it, and I did.
Yes, you did. Excellent, excellent. Excellent.
I was tested and I succeeded.
I had to throw it out there.
God.
I said the word weed.
My Cheech and Chong knowledge.
The lovely little plant that they fucking wanted to, and it was all illegal because of paper. Ain't that funny? That's how it all became illegal.
Yeah, we got to chop down our trees instead to make paper. We can't grow hemp and make paper anymore.
Oh no, we're the Hearst family.
Way.
We're the Hearst family.
Can't do that.
We're the biggest meat ever.
We can't make hemp concrete.
We're the biggest
either.
paper printers.
We need to make concrete cheaper, and
we're in the logging industry in paper business.
But if we made it out of hemp concrete instead, then it would be able to withstand extreme temperatures and still be durable. But we gotta ban that.
You can produce more of that fucking marijuana shit than we can the trees.
You can't have hemp concrete because you don't have enough illegal aliens to put it down and spread it and do the work on the labor.
What are you talking? What the fuck are you talking about? We got millions of them coming across the border. We got plenty of labor.
That's not enough yet. It's not enough.
Fuck. I'm going to New York and pick me up a busload of them fuckers. Trust me, they'll be cheap labor. Yeah.
If I can afford the materials,
I'm just here in the fucking Ozarks of Missouri. They can't see nothing even satellite.
I can literally go next door right now. If I can pay for the materials and I can pay for the labor, I could go on next door and go, hey, is there anybody that does concrete work? I got the materials to make hemp concrete, and needed to do my driveway and my garage and shit, and do some repairs in the foundation maybe, repair cracks or whatever with it. I could probably get people that would do it. They're like, oh, yeah, okay. Side jobs, construction workers. I dated a couple guys that were construction workers, and they took jobs on the side and did extra concrete work and shit like that just to make some extra money out of pocket. Like, I fucking know that, they're out there. Fucking posted on Nextdoor.
I'm looking at the next
Civil War. You'll get somebody calling you.
Pretty soon. We're going to go to Civil War soon. Because, like here in the Midwest, gas has jumped like a motherfucker in price. A lot of you guys are probably paying more than we are, but it has jumped from $3.39 to $3.89 in 2 days. $3.89 a gallon.
That's cheap. That's cheap.
I know. But,
I went up my strip last week. Thursday last week, I went up my strip, and the cheapest was $4.26 regular unleaded at the cheapest gas station. Right. But Shell and Chevron were around $4.66 to $4.69, so just under $4.70 a gallon. Like, I need to mow my lawn, but really, it's gonna cost me almost $5 to fill up one fucking gallon in my fucking little.
California is
$5.42 to put it into my fucking mower to mow my lawn. It's gonna cost me damn near $5 to do that. $5 I don't fucking have, by the way.
Well, check this out.
What the fuck?
A month
my
ago.
lawn is overgrown. Fuck them.
Anyway, the price of gas in California about within 30 days, the original price was $5.09.0. It went so it jumped from just $5.09 a gallon to $5.42. So that's about a 32-cent increase.
Yeah.
Within a month, we've increased over 8 cents here, which is kind of odd. Diesel is $4.29 a gallon right now, and every gas station in town has changed their outdoor signs on these fucking new charge and cash deals. Used to be, remember a lot of them actually did. Some didn't do it at all. They charge you, for the swipe the card and shit like that.
Yeah, if you pay with your card, you pay like a couple cents more. But if you pay with cash, you get a couple cents off.
That's not the case anymore. Right. But anyway, the gas stations here, I actually can ask the question, why are you charging so much more for using debit card or credit card or whatever? They said, well, here's the problem. FedNow system has gone into effect. And what's happened is the bank has charged us twice the money they used to. For that service. But it's actually ran by a credit card service company, right? Even though it's ran through the bank. So FedNow is charging a certain percentage for access of their system, which you're forced into it. There ain't no way around this. So they're going to turn around. FedNow is going to charge the banks a certain percentage, a swipe rate, just like that, So then the bank's going to turn and charge you, the customer, a rate.
And take the anal toy up the ass and enjoy it. It's pretty much the way it is.
But then you got to go back to the retailer, and the retailer's got to hit you too. So you're getting hit 3 fucking times on one swipe. So guess what? Next thing's going to be online shopping. Same thing. Amazon, eBay, anything you buy.
Oh, no.
Here it comes.
You forgot a step.
What's that?
Your credit rating.
Rating. Absolutely.
Meanwhile, your credit rating goes to shit, and now you're going to pay like 2 or 3% more in interest because you have a shit credit rating because you missed your payments because of all this shit.
Because you're a no good motherfucker for being late on a payment. You're a no good motherfucker, so you pay more for being a no good motherfucker. So it costs more to be a no good motherfucker. That's why I see it. It costs more to be a no good motherfucker. Which you got to way around it.
If you did a balance transfer for 0% for a year, but if you failed to pay, if you're even a day late, you lose it.
Yeah.
You lose
big
that
time.
0%.
I learned that in college. I learned it in college, man. I'm telling you.
They fuck you that way. One day late, and you're fucked.
it was a mind blow, and I started preaching the words of shit then. And when I was in college, okay, friend of mine, nursing student, he is already RN. He's going to become a surgical nurse, okay. And well, when we were friends, we're in totally different fields, okay. But we're friends. Anyway, he told me, he goes, man, you're a mathematician. Tell me about this bullshit here. I said, what do you mean? He goes, well, I got a credit card with a $50,000 fucking credit limit. I said, God damn, man, that's insane. He goes, yeah, I know. I thought it was cool. And I went and bought a car. Okay, because it was cheaper to finance it through that credit card than it would be to finance through an auto loan. Okay, it was cheaper. Okay, but it went bad quick. Anyway, he was a day late making a fucking payment to that credit card. One day. He's in debt to over $30,000 of these motherfuckers, all right? Now, anyway, what had happened in the contract that you consented to with these fucking assholes, it went from 6.1% or 6.2% to 29.9% forever. It never goes away. It stays at forever. So the whole time you have that credit card and the amount you owe on that credit card is going to be 29.9%, which is 30 fucking percent.
Even when you get yourself back on track and you got a stellar fucking credit rating, they will still charge you the same fucking high interest rate.
That's right. But
yeah, exactly.
The easy way to fuck somebody is get their consent. It's simple. It's not considered a crime.
Exactly.
You give them consent. I'm serious. It's nuts, man, but you can do it. I mean, you could fuck people over in a heartbeat, you know. And it's like, you know, me being in the auto business too and everything, when I had the shop running and things like that, and people bitch, well, you know, I can't pay you right now, but I need my car. Well, you're fucked. That car belongs to me until you pay me. And trust me, I have enough of them that it's happened that way. You know.
Yeah, it's like I didn't do $1,500 worth of work just to let you drive away and not pay.
Right.
You know,
but see, they failed to realize something. They had to sign a ticket.
That way.
Right, but they had to sign a ticket. And that ticket specifies this. So you're signing over consent. You understood terms and conditions. Failure to pay is loss of product, you know. And plus, I can still go back to you for the money.
I don't have to release your vehicle if you have not paid me for the fucking work that I did on it.
I can keep your car. I can keep your car and still come after that fucking money you owe me.
Well, when I had an auto repair shop, I must have taken about, 10 or 15 cars people never paid me for.
Yep.
I got a mechanic lien. They call it mechanic lien.
Right. Well, in Missouri, you don't have to do that. You don't have to file a mechanics lien. But if you want to try to get a salvage title, you have to. If you want to get a salvage title, you know, shit like that. But if not, fuck it, sell the parts off the son of a bitch. You know, then scrap it. Cut that motherfucker up in pieces and scrap it. I mean, you can't scrap it as a whole car.
You make more money on the parts than you can on a whole car.
Absolutely. Yeah, I got a brand new alternator sitting on this fucking brand new Ferrari. You know what I'm saying? That I just put on this motherfucker. Give it to you half price.
You definitely make more money on that.
Absolutely, you do. I've done it. I have.
You know,
matter of fact,
by the way, you guys will be.
I've had shit come in my shop where I had one sitting out in the fucking field.
I just gotta say, Ron Rack, I love you. I love how you talk. Like, can't fucking do this, can't fucking do that, and this motherfucker, and then blah blah blah, fucker. You know, like, I love you for that. It's so funny because put it right out there. I love how you talk freely.
I'm just kind of forward about it. I'm a little bored about shit. That's all.
That's why I'm a fan.
Speaking of a big fuck you, there were hundreds of open carrying and armed citizens in Albuquerque today in defiance of that wench's executive order, and the cops didn't arrest a soul. The Albuquerque police chief says he's not going to enforce it. There were hundreds of people out there at a rally, all of them openly carrying AR-15s and handguns and shotguns all over.
God bless them. God damn it.
Yeah, absolutely. Damn right.
God bless them. Absolutely.
That's a big
real quick,
rotten governor.
Real quick, Ron Ruck, in your honor, before I lose the ability over my switchboard here.
What did I do?
I'm gonna play one last thing. Play one last thing before my switchboard shuts down and I can't play any audio. So here we go. Ready?
Okay.
Only a couple of minutes.
All right.
This is for Ron.
Okay, here we go.
Perhaps one of the most interesting words in the English language today is the word fuck. Out of all of the English words that begin with the letter F, Fuck is the only word that is referred to as the F word. It's the one magical word, just by its sound, can describe pain, pleasure, hate, and love. Fuck, as most words in the English language, is derived from German, the word frichen, which means to strike. In English, fuck falls into many grammatical categories. As a transitive verb, for instance, John fucked Shirley. As an intransitive verb, Shirley fucks. Its meaning's not always sexual. It can be used as an adjective, such as, John's doing all the fucking work. As part of an adverb, Shirley talks too fucking much. As an adverb enhancing an adjective, Shirley is fucking beautiful. As a noun, I don't give a fuck. As part of a word, abso-fucking-lutely, or in-fucking-credible. And, as almost every word in a sentence, fuck the fucking fuckers. As you must realize, there aren't too many words with the versatility of fuck, as in these examples describing situations such as fraud, I got fucked at the used car lot. Dismay, oh fuck it. Trouble, I guess I'm really fucked now. Aggression, don't fuck with me, buddy. Difficulty, I don't understand this fucking question. Inquiry, who the fuck was that? Dissatisfaction, I don't like what the fuck is going on here. Incompetence, he's a fuck off. Dismissal, why don't you go outside and play hide and go fuck yourself? I'm sure you can think of many more examples. With all of these multi-purpose applications, how can anyone be offended when you use the word? We say, use this unique, flexible word more often in your daily speech. It will identify the quality of your character immediately. Say it loudly and proudly. Fuck you.
And you fucking got it.
How fucking true is fucking that?
You fucking know it. You know, what was the German term? Frickin', yeah. And I'm a German, so I mean, frickin', fucking, yeah. Yeah, it explains a lot of things, you know, because you know when fucking.
I'm sure in Norwegian it's something like freaking hosen, you know. Or
you freaking hosen, but this bro, you cocksucker.
Freaking hosen.
That's another of my favorite ones. Is cocksucker. Is too.
I probably just made up a word like
yeah.
my grandpa used to do.
Yeah. Yeah. Then the other one, the other one is jack off. Boy, what a jack off, you know. He's such a jack off, but you know, it's just shit like that. And then you beg the question, what is that?
Versatility of the word fuck.
What is
that
a jack
good
off?
Dedication to you, Ron Rack?
Have you ever seen a jack off? I've seen jack offs run through the woods.
If you ever wanted somebody to dedicate something to you, was that not the best fucking thing?
That touched my heart. You don't know how much.
I hope it does.
I'm crying.
You have a tear in your eye.
Tears. I see that
how
you love me. Thank you.
I am.
My number one fan. I just, you know, it's so great to know that you're there on my side. You know, it's just so great to have that kind of backing, you know, that, you know, the word does mean something. What the fuck? You know, don't people fucking get it? I'm just trying to fucking send a message out to them. Hallelujah. Thank you, Blog Talk Radio, for fucking begging me to come back. Begging me to come back to do a show again here on this fucking bullshit network or whatever the fuck you are. Format, fucking, you know, whatever, mattress, whatever we call it. Platform. If that's the fucking platform.
What?
Where the fuck the platform at? You know what I'm saying? Jesus, motherfucking Christ. You want me to lay on my fucking back and make money for you motherfuckers? You're like you're my pimp, you fucking asshole. Oh, Blog Talk Radio. Blow Job Talk Radio. Mm-hmm.
Somebody just sent me a link to a movie with a very interesting title that you guys might want to hear. The name, it stars. It's from 1951. It stars Frank Lovejoy and Dorothy Hart and Phil Carey. The title is, wait for it now, I Was a Communist for the FBI. I think I might have to check this out.
Yeah, Jesus Christ, yeah. That's nuts.
But back then, the FBI was actually anti-communist back then.
Yeah, they were real people back then.
Yeah. Let's check this flick out. See how far the mighty have fallen.
Yeah,
you know what I like to watch? I like to watch the documentaries on, like, the women that, like, spied on what the Germans were doing and shit. And, like, there was a lot of them. You know, women played a big role.
Like Violet Szabo.
Like,
you ever heard the story of Violet Szabo?
You know, like,
have you ever heard
know
her
how
story?
your grandma always knew what you did? Like, you could get in trouble from school, and you get home from school, and your mom or your grandma knew what the fuck happened at school already because it already spread all through town amongst the women. You know, it's our own intelligence network.
you know how I knew I was in trouble after school
So
when I got
we know
home?
exactly what the fuck you did at school, and you're in trouble the second you walk in the door.
When I got home from school when I was in trouble, and how I knew they knew before I got home, you know how I knew it? I walk in the door, my mom there, come here, you little fucker. I knew I was in trouble.
Well, my mom would just say, "What's your dad this morning?"
Yeah, that would do it.
Lori,
you little fucker.
Lori,
that would do it.
Lori, have you heard
a little
the story
bit
of
of a
Violet?
little bit of trauma there, maybe?
Yeah, Violet. I mean, Lori, have you ever heard the story of Violet Szabo?
No, I don't believe I have.
Well, if you appreciate the word in the spirit, yeah, Szabo. If since you are interested in the subject, you might want to look at her. She was a member of the Special Operations Executive, and she was parachuted into France to do underground work. And she got captured by the Nazis and sent to a concentration camp. And she was a posthumous.
I love shit like that.
She was a posthumous recipient of the George Cross for her courage and her dedication to duty.
Nice. I love stuff like that. You know, because I just, you know, I'm a woman, right? You know, and I think that women don't get enough credit in history. Some of our founders even, you know, our founders that were married, you know, including John Adams, listened to his wife a lot. And then when he didn't listen to her, he regretted it, you know, in letters to his wife. Like, you know, like, I didn't listen to you. You were right, you know, blah, blah, blah about this. And I, you know, discredited you.
I would have to interject there and say that's
that kind of thing.
Propaganda bullshit. That's all lies, I say. I don't believe that for a minute.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you one thing. If you read of this woman, you'll see a woman that definitely deserves credit that she got for what she did. She got tortured. They tortured this woman, and she wouldn't break under Gestapo interrogation and torture.
Didn't she break her leg or her ankle or something when she landed too?
Maybe no, she didn't. She didn't. I think she got a sprain, but I don't think she didn't break her ankle.
Okay. And there's another one I heard about that, but I wasn't sure if that was it.
Yeah.
A sprain and a break can, you know, feel the same almost. I know I've sprained my ankle. My left ankle is fucked. I have screwed up my left ankle I don't know how many times. There's just like no way my ankle is anywhere near. I have sprained it I don't know how many times.
Well, get this now. When she sprained her ankle on her second mission into France, she was. They had a hunting party looking for her.
Yes, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, by a unit of the 2nd SS Panzer Division, Das Reich. And they were looking for her, and they caught him, and she was trying to get across. She was trying to get away. I think that's when she injured her ankle. And since she had her ankle injured, she couldn't run that fast. She told them to leave her behind. She gave covering fire to her comrades to get away. She shouted out with the Germans for about a half an hour. She killed a couple of them and wounded some others. Then she ran out of ammunition, and they captured her. And so they took her to the Gestapo headquarters in Paris, I think. They interrogated and tortured her. She wouldn't give them any information. She broke. She wouldn't break. So they wound up sending her to Ravensbrück concentration camp where she died.
Oh, man.
Wow. Wow, I've never heard of that. I will be honest. I have never heard of it.
Read the story. It's definitely an inspirational story of a very courageous woman.
Hey, Sarge, I brought up earlier that you got a chance to listen to Sergeant Tyler Vargas's testimony about the Abbey situation where he lost. He was one of the guys that, the 13 died in the suicide bomber, and then he had lost his arm and his leg.
Say again?
Did you hear that, Sarge?
No, I didn't hear it. My earphone fell out of my ear. My Bluetooth.
Oh. Did you get a chance to see
and
Tyler?
And you do sound kind of far away. You know, I will say that as well. Kind of sounds far away, so even I am like.
Hang on, let me hear this. How's that? Does Obama phone sound better now?
The Obama phone sounds better now, yeah.
All right.
Thank you, Obama.
Did you get a chance, Sarge, to listen to Sergeant Tyler Vargas, the Marine Corps sniper he lost his arm and his leg, his testimony about Abbey-gate in Afghanistan here in I think it was last week it happened, or 2 weeks ago?
Yeah, he did. He gave congressional testimony, didn't he?
Man, oh, man.
Yeah, I think I heard part of it. He gave congressional testimony.
They don't give those guys enough time to talk. When you see them people talking, or anybody that's doing like whistleblower stuff, you got 5 minutes to this, that. Come on.
Yeah.
They need more time. You can't tell somebody something's going on like that in 5 minutes.
No.
But it's definitely it's riveting because it's a breakup in the chain of command above him, and then to know that they had eyes on the two guys that were the bombers, and 12 different sets of eyes confirmed it, and then they just didn't give them the okay to take them out, and that sucks because a lot of people died. I mean, I think it was 140 Afghans.
That entire operation, every single tactical blunder, operational blunder you can possibly make. I'm talking about every one, because I read thoroughly the way they conducted that operation. Every single tactical, operational, and logistical blunder it is possible to make, in setting it up, it was made. And we know now why it was done. Not even Mark Milley, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs Staff, not even Lloyd Austin, as bad as they are, they counseled against doing that operation this way. It was Joe Biden overruled them and told them to do it in a manner they did. That's why I looked the way they did, because I know even as bad as Miley and Austin are, they are both general officers. There is no way it's even possible for a general officer with a modicum of military training, say nothing of West Point and command the staff, general schools, and all that stuff, to plan an operation or allow it to be done like that. You know it had to be Joe Biden ordering it to be done the way it was.
And it shadows the way that almost exactly what's going on our southern border, where they're bottlenecking people by the masses into an area where they can't control it. They're overwhelmed.
Yeah.
It's like the border.
What happened
and then
to
it's
child
replica
in
of it.
cages? What happened to children in cages? That
it only counts in Trump's doing.
Apparently, that was Photoshopped.
It only counts in Trump doing it. They used pictures from the Obama administration.
There are literally
what happened with this latest the razor wire situation?
More children that are in cages than what they're